Hello everyone, welcome. How are you all doing? Hey there, Andrew. How you been? Right, let's close all that. Hope everyone's been having a good weekend. So, today, we're going to be wrapping up the input side of things for the Linux platform. And every future stream is going to be on Windows until we've ported it to Windows. Because what's the point now where we've got keyboard and mouse and gamepad input working, but we just want to just finish it up, because we want to because currently the keyboard and mouse, the raw input for it, it works by using X input 2 right now, and we kind of want to move it over to using just evdev, like the layer underneath it, just because it should be less latency, hopefully. Hey there, Sandro. Busy Sunday, yeah, man. And I see what you're saying. Look at you. Got my Vision 5 2 board, really nice computer, and realized that Luigi GUI Toolkit doesn't work on anything apart from x86 64. That's a shame, but it shouldn't be too hard to port, I imagine, right? Maybe you can try and port it and see how easy it is, because I imagine the person behind it's probably been probably not using too many platform specific things, right? So last stream, this is Jam. We're going to start this from the beginning and again, because I missed out on this. I will try. I want to play with all my risk. I want to play with that risk 564 properly. Sweet. Yeah, it sounds cool, risk 5. Be interesting if it does take off or not, Have a somewhat open source spec. That'd be cool. Yeah. So if we just run the game here. Oh, this is a jam. So got my PlayStation 5 controller here. I'm just going to plug this bad boy in. And then it says, oh, you've connected a device. See here, input device connected. Oh, okay, it's gone now. But anyway, it was there, there's a mouse moved. And I can press buttons. No? Why no work? What do we do? Why is it broken? Oh no. Right, so I think we got a bit of an issue then. Because I did test disconnecting it and connecting it back again, but I guess connecting it. Okay, so we'll debug. We'll start with debugging that. But see, we've got this input and stuff working, right? Got like analog sticks, buttons, triggers. So that's all really cool, and we can literally just work with this. It should work with different controllers as well. I don't know if it's permissions acros. Yeah, I was like looking at that. That's a good point. But yeah, it should be fine. And also, welcome. How are you doing? Are you having a good day? So I'm going to disconnect the controller now. It's disconnected. Now I'll run the game. Now I'll connect it up. You'll see a message that'll pop up that says input connected in the terminal just now. There it is, Sony controller. Now I'm going to press some buttons. Ugh. Right, that's not debuggable. Yeah, I can't debug that anymore. I guess I might try it off stream or something. Let's see what after you boot. Yeah, stay after boot is different. Yeah, maybe. I'll see if I can come to the bottom of it, and if I come to the bottom of it, I'll mention it on stream sometime, I guess. I don't think that's... Maybe we can see what... if we can put some assertions in places, and then that will help me find the problem. But yeah, so where's the best place to put that? So I guess when we do an open syscall, right? So really we should assert this. Or if this fails, maybe not assert. Like if you fail to open up this, then maybe you don't. Like we should gracefully fail here. Like we should disable the feature itself. Yeah, so this is when we like try and add a device. So we use UDev to find the USB devices. And what we should probably do is have the mouse file descriptor. Yeah, so we should probably put these bits here, I reckon. So as soon as we discover that the USB device is a mouse, touchpad, keyboard, joystick, or accelerometer, basically, I reckon we should try and open it then, and if it fails to open, we take the feature away, right? That should be it. So we should also only add this if the feature's not been added as well. Touchpad. Keyboard. So this is the file descriptor that will read the events back on, right? Accelerometer events. Right. So these obviously say mouse dev node, so that'd be touchpad dev node. Oh. Keyboard dev node, gamepad dev node, accelerometer dev node. So I reckon what we want to do is then gracefully handle this. So we should only bother to add more of these, providing that this isn't set, right? And then what we should also say is if the file descriptor is null or is not valid, so if mouse dev node fd, if that is equal to -1, I think. So let's man for open. Oh. Right, Linux open syscall. So I think it returns -1. Return value is -1 is returned on error. So if it's equal to -1, we'll gracefully fail. So this is where we should probably log something. Now, you see, we don't really have like a logging system yet. This is something we should probably add very soon, because it's good to categorize these logs and like have the game outside, like be control where these things go sometimes, you know, like put them into different files. And so when there's issues, we can filter, basically have it filter into different files. So that'd be handy. But for now, we'll just do printf. And we can just search for all printfs because there's not many, and we can just fix that up when we add this log system in. But yeah, so I think that'd be fun. So all we're going to say is like failed to open mouse device node, and print another path for it. So mouse dev node, boom. So we should obviously say what input this thing is as well, but we don't really have the input, like the string of the device yet anyway, which is a bit annoying. So we get the name here. So we just work out the name there of the device, and it is handy to but then equally we could just say vendor ID, product ID. And these things will most likely be set. I don't know. Okay, the way we're going to do it is we're going to make another function, because we're going to be calling it like 5 times basically. All right, source OS Linux internal. We'll add a new thing, udev failed to open dev node. What's the device? What is the dev node path? Right. What is we basically need a pointer to the device, input device flat, OS input device features that we're modifying. And we basically want to know like what feature are we removing from the, oh, is that right? No, we'll take that out, it's just too much. So I reckon we can like make this guy put it near there. So we'll take all this string code with us, and we'll just use it again really. Well, maybe all of this should be in a function really. Instead. Something like udev device name or something like that. And we'll just return maybe just get a buffer and a buffer size or something like this. That's what we'll do instead. Buff out. And then we'll reuse this code actually, because it's kind of just the meat of what we want to show, you know. Okay. So buff out and buff size. Okay, so keep name size. So all this buff here. And size of buff. So buff out and buff size. Yeah, I don't know if we need the branch here. We could just always write the null terminator on the end. Because the problem with smprintf and every C string function is that it sometimes puts a null terminator on the end and it sometimes doesn't. So maybe the branch here is kind of like, you know, just write another byte on it regardless, right? But you need to write it on where name size it is. So by saying that the size of the buffer is one less, right? You can write at name size and it'll be safe, right? It'll be within the bounds of the buffer. So long as buff size is always, so do a little debug assert here. So long as, well, debug assert have I got like a non-zero dot about? Yeah, non-zero. So we'll just say like buff size basically, it's just got to be more than one. And then we can do buff out. Cool, so we could always return the size of the buffer out at the back. And that would be the function that we actually reuse. Okay, so I think that's better then. So back to where we were, we're going to find the sys attribute manufacturer. So we want to reuse it here basically, so we get like a name size, and you basically want your name buffer like that. And then what we want to do is say dev name buff and then size of name buff. Sweet, so delete all this code here, and then we can make our name string like that. So now we've got this reusable function. Code reuse. Right. So I guess we'll take these as out variables or something at the end, or all that. Right, vendor ID out, and then we'll have like a product. Product ID out. So it's not really like device name anymore. It's like a device info thing, I guess. So what we're going to do is simply just write out these guys at the end, I think. So by default they're 0, then if they contain something they're non-zero. I think we had a quick search and basically the vendor ID is 0, not really assigned to anyone, which is good. I'm trying to hack something together to compile HCC under Debian and RISC-V. Fun times. Brain dead before dinner, anyway. Nice. Yeah, because I think Ransel got it working on 64-bit ARM. So that probably helps, right? And also, like, do you even have Vulkan on the RISC-V? Is it like a Vulkan API? If so, fair play. Hey there, Dr. Maruk. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Let's go stream of this code. Oh yeah. Finally wrapping up on the input stuff today, guys. I'm super happy about it. We've spent quite a bit of time on this, and there's a lot of figuring out on the Linux side, like how do you use this X extension, and then like all these, there's like 3 different options. We went up basically trying 2 out of 3 of them, and but I think with the API we've designed, I'm really happy with it. How we've got like this general sort of like input device which can enable like, it could be any combination of these things. You can have like a keyboard and a mouse on the same device, or it could be a gamepad and a mouse, gamepad and with an accelerometer, and you can get back some unique ID for it, so we can maybe use this in the game somehow. I'm not sure how, but it'd just be a bit of fun. Maybe just change the color of something, just something really subtle. But yeah, we've got a whole sort of like we've got like raw inputs as well as like the operating system cursor where that is on the screen. We've got gamepad support now, so we've got a nice little iOS abstraction for all of this, and I'm really happy with it. So we'll be porting this to Windows in the next sets of streams. So yeah, that will be interesting. I've got some files from people, so I'll be reading through those, and I've got tons of resources on how to figure it out. So hopefully it should be good. So we've got like raw events as well as events from raw mouse events as well as virtual mouse. Like where is this virtual cursor that is from the OS? That's pretty cool. This board has a proper GPU and a working driver. Wow, interesting. Hey, Mr. Tass, how you doing? Yeah, man, I'm doing good, doing good. Yeah, so like today is the anniversary of is my wife and I's like anniversary of being married 1 year, and the baby's actually that we're having is due today, but it's still not come out. So the baby will come when it comes, but it's on the due date right now. So any moment now, and I've been saying that like for like 2 weeks now. It could be any moment now. But yeah, baby's nearly here. But yeah, things getting good though. We went out to a Mediterranean restaurant today, and my there's so much food in my stomach right now. It's unbelievable. I'm so full, Yeah. Right. Wait, then why did I say U64? 16s. Right, so let's gracefully handle these errors. So this is the reason why we put that into a function. We didn't do it for the sake of it, right? If we didn't need to reuse it, we wouldn't be doing this. So why have we done this? Is so if this fails, we can get the device name. We don't really need, do we need the vendor ID? Good question. Yeah, and I can't blame the baby, but yeah, it's weird. You just don't know when it's going to come out, It's interesting. Okay. So basically, like if we fail to open up this Dev node FD, I think we called it, right? Yeah, good. So we got touchpad, keyboard, gamepad, accelerometer. So those will be by default -1, I guess, right? The invalid value. Get the baby tabs over the Jira ticket estimate when it's done. Yeah. Yeah, as well. It's overdue now. Yeah, like I remember, like at work, we had a we've just finished our sprint, but it's, oh my days, who writes pointers like that? But yeah, my project manager was just like, like, you know, ensure that your baby like so rather than cutting this week short, just ensure the baby, you know, comes out as soon as this sprint is done, and just like if you can align that perfectly, that would be great, you know. Yeah. Is Linux a game OS? Well, I think PlayStation use like, I'm pretty sure like they've I think it's like BSD based. Like is they've publicly like said it's BSD based a few times. Yeah, it's not Linux because that's GPL, so I'm not sure they would use that. You know what I mean? Yeah, like I think a lot of them are all BSD based. Just because the licensing is easier to work with, from what I would think, right? And obviously Windows is like Xbox is like some neutered version of Windows. But yeah. Yeah, you're talking about the custom OS thing though, Freedom DAO, DAO. Yeah. So if you fail to open this, we kind of want to get just the name, isn't it? So maybe what we can do is we can put if statement on here. Is this really worth it? Yeah, so I think we'll put some if statements here, because you could call in different ways, right? We'll just do that. And what I think we should do is just have a nice little buffer, just dangle in here. You know, actually, let's just have it pre-allocated at the top or something. Let's call it name buff. And then all we have to do is when we fail, we have to write out that. Yeah. So if we fail to open the file descriptor, we can at least get a log out now, and it should be nicer to debug. So we can say fail to open this device node. You know, I think it says error node as well. Sorry, error no. Error no is set. So fail to open for device string. Where was it? Name buff, yeah? Cool. So we could put something else after here, like the error no. But turning an error number into a string, I think is a bit much. I forgot now. There's strut error, But then that's different on every platform. If you combine them with GNU or no GNU, I think. So yeah, I think it's just effort. So we're just going to put like a. But there's a way to say. I think there's a thing called like p error or something like that. Or no. ePrint. I forgot. There's ways, but I think we might just put the error no thing and we can just search it up. Easier that way. Let's put it as hex, you know? Okay, so I think we'll roll with that, and then what we've got to do is just, you know, if this is the case. Yeah, so I think if it's successful, or the mouse bit on there is not successful, we're just going to print out some form of error, and then the mouse feature will be enabled for that device. And I think that would be good to just repeat for all of these things. And then that could hopefully help us debug some issues when you plug something in, or just a little bit more. I think it could always be better. But we can think about that in a sec. Touchpad, touchpad, keyboard, keyboard. Gamepad, gamepad, accelerometer, accelerometer. Now I've got some more to quickly look at. Mouse. Right, so these are all touchpad. These are all keyboard. Keyboard. Then gamepad. And then accelerometer. Cool. Right, so we'll delete the old bits of code, and then that'll be good. And we'll quickly look around and see if there's any more extra little things that can help us capture some of these like failure state, or how to gracefully handle errors basically in here. How did the US Navy ruin it for everyone else with the other OS thing? I know people were hacking the PS3 with the other OS, wasn't it? Was that the Navy at all? I thought it was just random hackers doing that. Okay. Wait, why? Right, yeah. So now we're going to wire up the local variables. So we go over and find all the sub devices and get all their event nodes, the attached USB device, figure out what features it has, and then what we're doing here is we're just basically copying the dev node strings over and then copying the file descriptors over as well. Now a file descriptor at 0 is not valid, right? Because this will all be zeroed memory. Gamepad, file descriptor, accelerometer, file descriptor. Okay. They basically made a supercomputer PS3s. Yeah, I heard there was some like US agency or whatever using like a bunch of PS3s for things, but I didn't realize they made a. I thought it was just really good for their workflow, but I didn't realize they made a supercomputer out of it, like a networked one. That's quite funny. Um, right, so that handles those opens much better. Yeah. So let's just double check to see if that still works, and then we'll there's an error that we're going to be having in our event system. Actually, we'll get to that in just a second. So let's unplug this, plug it back in. We'll see in the terminal it'll say input connected. There you go. We can press all these buttons and everything, and that's great. Yeah, I think it works fine. So where is it? Wait, did I? Right, let's leave it in connected this time and see if it still works. Yep, that's good. What happens if you leave it in connected? Don't do anything, disconnect it. Yep, disconnected, connected. There you go, and go. Oh yeah. So when we parse those events, so we use evdev now. So we write a new loop, right? So we use udev here to say, has it been an event on the device? And if there has, we receive the event, and then we check to see if something's been added or removed, and then we actually add it or remove it. So that does our input devices. But then what we went and did is we added this new loop here for evdev. So evdev is that device node thing, right? So for instance, if I cat event node 19, that's our gamepad. So these are all our gamepad events, and we basically just parse those data structures that come in and get the events. And we moved to this for the gamepad, but then we realized that to get the accelerometer data, you had to be part of the input group. So if the user account is not set up properly on the machine, we ask the user to basically add their user to the input group, so they have like full permissions to actually access these events, device node files as they're called. So they're part of this input group, they get the special permissions to access it. So what this means is it doesn't just give us gamepad access, it also gives us keyboard and mouse access through evdev. So this is like, without writing a kernel, without going any lower into the kernel, basically, this is probably the best way you can access raw inputs for a device. So something we are going to be doing in just a second. Let's load up Milton here. Here's the last diagram. So here's the kernel, here's evdev. It writes out these evdev file node things, right? And then it goes into X11, then it goes to our game. So currently we're picking it up here from X11 using X input 2 to get the raw events, right? But really what we could be doing is just reading evdev directly and just go straight to our game. So there should theoretically be less latency, hopefully, right? So we'll be plugging that in just a second and removing the old X input 2. So currently we scan over all the devices, and currently we just check if it is a gamepad, and then we read from the device node file descriptor, which is event 19 in our case right now, this file here. And then we just get the events. Now there's a bit of a problem with this code, and that is we ask for 8 events worth of data, and that's not good. So we'll see why in just a second. Awesome. Yeah, so the biggest problem is we have an event queue. And the whole point of this poll events thing is to populate that event queue. Now, our event queue is fixed size, right? So we don't want to read... So we're reading back 8 events. We could quite easily go over the end of the queue and it will just crash the game. But luckily we haven't piled in tons of events. Imagine if you have like 4 controllers hooked up and everyone's mashing buttons. Like, maybe that would go over... You know, we could set it big enough to like many megabytes and then it would be completely fine. But yeah, we don't want to... There's no point wasting around, we don't have to. So I think let's just program this good. So basically when we go into this read thing, we only want to read anything if there's room. So see here how is if the queue runs out of room, we're just going to return. And also see here when we do this X pending thing, if it's ran out of room, we just return. Oh my days. I just realized some events actually give multiple events. Some give 2. Yeah, the most they give is 2 events. See, this one could give 2 here. I can give 2. Right, this is a good thing we checked this. So we should return, we should not process any more events. Yeah, this is the xinput2 thing we're going to get rid of. Right. So at most, I think it's 2 events that we end up calling. Yep. So really what we should say is, hey, if count plus 1, at most, this loop can produce 2 events, or can produce 2 events. So ensure the queue has room for that possibility. Okay. So we kind of want to make sure we guard. So this can only produce 1 event. That is a return. So I think we want to take this now. So I think what we want to do is do like how many remain. And you might want to call it right, so I think we'll put this at the beginning of every Nah, we'll do a remaining thing, I think. We'll do it every time. Remaining. So the capacity take count. And basically, we want to do that remaining, like, some form of like number of events that we want to read. And that will just be the min of that number, as well as, I think it says 8 here, right? So we want to use that array count thing, so events like that. And then we can use this times by size of strut input event. And this is evdev's input event structure. So this will then guard it against just reading too much in. It's got to be careful we're not using size of anywhere else. There you go, that'll be good, that'll be good. Oh, I just closed it. Okay, so then we go over all the events we've just read. And then we essentially run over every action, find the mapping that we're looking for. When we find the mapping that we're looking for, we can then basically turn that into a gamepad action, like so. So let's just test to make sure we haven't broke anything. Then we're going to wire up the keyboard and mouse, raw input events from evdev. And then we're going to, and yeah, and then we'll try the accelerometer stuff. Try that as well. Right, so let's just double check we haven't broke anything. Just make sure it still works. There you go. Just mash buttons. Cool. I could plug in multiple, but we've tried multiple keyboard and mice, so the gamepads probably work. Right, I'm just going to open up a window quick. Ooh. Okay, so you know that there isn't really much here that's worth code sharing in any way. Wait, is the music still going? There you go. So there isn't really much here that's worth code sharing in any way. Obviously, like this is kind of probably about the same, but it really just creates more problems than it's worth, like just trying to code share something that small. So anyway, we'll just copy and paste it into the keyboard and mouse section. So I haven't really looked into this, but it probably does like an ABS X and an ABS Y. I don't know if we need a min-max on it at all. We'll see. We could try and look at some sample code somewhere else. But let's just try it out, right? Let's just see what it gives us. Let's start with the mouse. It'll be way easier. Yeah, I think I know what the keyboard will give us because we've done X11. We've done the X11 input anyway, and it kind of maps to evdev in a way, so it's fine. So we're just going to read some events this time using the mouse dev node fd. And now we're going to go over all the events. Now we get rid of this whole for loop here. And now in this event thing, right? So you can basically just parse this as this is a time field, right? It's just different operating systems or architectures handle that differently. But then there's a type, which is either like ABS or for absolute positioning, or there's key, or there's something else. But there's actually a tool you can use to debug this, right? So I think the mouse is in mouse 0. I'm not sure. Well, that might be the old way of doing it. Hey there, Jomega. How's things going? How you doing? Happy Sunday. Hope you're having a good one. So we have a program called evtest. I do quickly want to cd into the test directory. And I do want to run our test program, which just uses udev and dumps everything out, right? It dumps out all the stuff. So we have got this sort of like mouse thing here, but I don't think this is evdev, right? This is evdev. Yeah, so event 15. So what we can do is we can say evtest event 15, and see it's given us this stuff on the left here. If I start moving my mouse, it's going to go crazy, so I can't really point to much. Okay, I'll restart that. So it was the stuff sort of around this area on the screen, right? So you got event type 0, which is syn, syn. I forgot what that means, but there's EV key, which is event type key. Then there's event type 2 down below, which is EV rel. So obviously the mouse has keys like buttons, left, right, middle, side, and extra. And then it has relative X and Y and the horizontal wheel and a vertical wheel and a high res one as well for some reason. I didn't realize it has high res. That's interesting. But yeah, so these are all the different types of events, and these are standardized for mice, so you don't have to worry about remapping these at all. So if I start pressing the left click, you'll see it gets a high res scan, but it's fixed for me. The problem is I'm using the scroll wheel, and it's scrolling the thing. But if I scroll it down, it's just a fixed thing anyway. But we should look at what this high res means. But I don't know if it's worth getting, to be honest. But yeah, if I can click and I can move. So I've got Rel-X, and so that's something we can look at. Made some improvements to my logger. Sweet. So sample line be like date time, and then the class of log, I guess, and then category, right. I can get 600 lines that's per millisecond in debug, and about, but depending on the speed of the console to write to, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's a bit sad. On Windows, apparently it's quite bad. I don't know what it's like on Linux. But yeah, it's crazy how those consoles take ages to read. Like text, you know. Hey there, Russell. How you doing? Have you thought about just logging out to a file instead? Wait, do all of your logs go out to standard out, or do you have some that go out to files? But yeah, file should hopefully be quicker, right? I know it will be quicker. So, okay, so we've got type. So we just run this and then drop it. Run that, then drop it. We'll have these types here that we can just put things around. So it should be as simple as, hey, switch e-type. And then we can just, just do some nice cases here. EV. So basically, 0 is not used, but key, EV1. Has got some stuff that we can look at. It's got a couple of keys, right? It's got the left, right, middle. And the side and extra keys. Left, right, middle, side, and extra. So have you a switch on the E code? Case BTN left, right, and middle, side and extra. Now we have previously wired this in using X input 2, but we are getting rid of that now. But yeah, so we want to make sure we just map those accordingly to the right thing. So we want this mouse button enum. So we want to map this, right? Okay. So we need a scope because C doesn't like just doesn't like you defining variables in a case statement. So this would just be E code again. Cool. So right. So does it keep track of pressed and released? Oh yeah, there'll be a value. So we do EV test. If I press down on the left mouse, 1, then 0. So that value field would be 1 or 0. So basically E value. So that'll cast into, yeah, it's just on or off, then button. Voila. Hey there, King440. How are we doing? Doing good, my friend. Doing good. We yeah, things are going great. We're just wrapping up on the input on the Linux side of things. Just moving. We're getting rid of X input 2 to avoid an extra. Oh, okay, I closed that one. To avoid an extra. To avoid going through X11, we just want the raw mouse and keyboard events. But we've got the gamepad hooked up last stream, which is really cool. I do want to make sure that we wire in the gamepad accelerometer as well. We should have time to do that. But yeah, we're just wrapping up on this section. We spent we kind of spent enough time on it, really, you know. But yeah, things are going cool though. Hope things are going well with you though. Also, got it to flush the logger when the program panics. Not that hard, to be honest. Just had to hook into panic. Sweet. That's good. Good. That's good. They've kind of thought about that, you know. They use like libunwind and all of it, isn't it? Under the hood. Well, OS I'm using. I'm using Manjaro. Manjaro Linux. It's really good. If you're a nerd who likes programming, it's great. I'm doing good. On Wednesday, I'll be playing for 2 weeks straight. You're gonna be so tired around, so but I'm sure you're gonna have like a whole ton of fun there. That sounds cool. And also, yeah, I really appreciate you finding all those bugs in the HMAFs and stuff like that. It was really cool. Thank you. You're running it through AMD UPer Prof. It seems one of the biggest bottlenecks at the moment is calling get system time. Right, translate it into a string. Right. Huh. Yeah, maybe there's quicker ways of doing that. Yeah, it's really good 9 to 5 office worker. Just make sure you yeah, wait, you want like Windows or some other distro? Like what sort of place are you coming from? Right, so then there's type 2, which is rel, or relative positions. Now the relative positions, you see, there's X, Y, and then there's wheel, and H wheel, horizontal wheel. Do we have vertical, horizontal scrolling anyway? I don't think we did. Did we have horizontal scrolling in any way? We did. Yep. Something like that. That's what we need. Where is it as well? Where's the other one? Where's the mouse movement? Raw motion. We'll take this with us as well. So we should be able to get rid of all this garbage code. Like, it was an interesting way of solving the problem. It was only using X11. But it required searching over the devices and using string compares, which wasn't so bad because there's only so many devices anyway, but still. This is way better. Right, so relative. So if you get rel x or rel y, it's one thing. If you get h wheel or wheel, it's another thing. So I just got to dump these somewhere. So really what we're saying is like, right, if you get rel x or rel y, or hopefully there's no rel z, rel z, because that's like 3D. You have a whole 3D mouse. Yeah, that's not a thing. So if it's those two, we're basically doing mouse movement at that point. So that is mouse moved. Right. So with mouse moved, you probably want to accumulate. Wait a minute. So it reads back X and Y in different. Right, let's play that back. So obviously X and Y are different events, but they come one after the other, basically, right? Yeah. So what we probably want to do is like we got to be careful here. So if the fact that the mouse is moved, we could probably just I think we'll just append it. If it's the same mouse that's been moved, I think we'll just append. Yeah. So I think we'll do something like this, right? So if e code equal relx, so 0 that rel pos.x equal e. So is it like, also it's a bunch of minus, oh no, okay. There is like a velocity going on here. But yeah. So we want like a e value. And I think we want to like flip it on the Y because it does that silly thing that every UI programmer does where it's top left, but we like bottom left, you know? So I think you have to flip it. I just got to remember that. Yeah, we flipped it here. But yeah. Right, so you flip that to get the right coordinate. Just throw it in there. So we'll quickly handle it here because I really don't want to forget about it, right? So in the OS common file, right, it's just os.c. We basically call this function. So on Windows, we can call it, on Linux, we can call it. It just adds another event on. Now, what we want to do is rather than just adding a new event and saying queue it, we're going to say, hey, what was that last one that's just been queued on? If it's mouse moved and it is this device, just add it all together, basically. So we're not just adding multiple moved events, I think. Maybe, oh, is that good? Because you would just be moving across the X and then down the Y. It'd be a bit weird. Yeah. So we just want to say like, if if core stack count and core stack get last GOS.event queue. If that type is equal to this one, what we're going to do is we're going to get the latest event, and rather than set it up, oh wait, you kind of want to do it again. And check for device ID. I think you have to say .raw to get the raw integer type. There you go. So if it's the same device, so like combine this data into the previous event. So this would just say get last position. Yep. Relative position. Do you want to accumulate it? E mouse moved, rel position. E mouse moved, rel position. Cool, so that way it'll just be a bit better and account for that issue we're seeing. Cool. So that'll be decent. The next one is like relative H will and will. Now, and relative will. So with these guys, you want to basically achieve something like this. Wait, why is that virtual mouse button changed? What did I copy? No, it's raw mouse changed. Right, okay, good. Copied the wrong thing there. That's mouse move. This one needs to be wheel. So again, the wheel. No, the wheel's fine. It's one dimensional. In terms of your finger is always on something that moves it across one dimension. Right, you might have your thumb on the horizontal one if there's a horizontal scroll, but I don't have it on this mouse. So I think we'd say -1 and 1. That way it's a fixed. I'm not sure if you want to do that. No, it's probably not good. So I think we want to get the E code. Wait, is it E code? Yeah, E code. Again, get these two guys. And this will tell us whether it's X or Y. And then we just put the value on there. So this one will be rel position. It's horizontal, so it's X equal E value. Now, it's kind of not the same for this one. I think we might want to flip it because again, every UI thing is top left, but we, like the bottom lefts. So I think we have to flip that. We'll test that in a sec when we get it all wired in. So that's going to fire our raw mouse event, which we've plugged in the past before. Right, anything else we're missing? So we've wired in the buttons, the relatives. I think that's good. Let's have a catch up with chat. It's still gonna spend some time on improving the thing. I basically want to rework a lot of my engine stuff, but need to find the time to do it. Oh, think about it. Yep. Yeah. Wait. 200. Yeah. So the thing is, John Mega, like I think. Yeah. So I think another way around it is make your own console, right? Just spawn another window that just drops text into a window that has a scroll bar on it, right? And then you're rendering it yourself, or drop it into a file, and then find a program. So I think on Linux you can run a program that will just open up a file and just show you the bottom of the file as it sort of gets new writes to it. And maybe logging out to a file will just be quicker and and just do it that way. Yeah, I think because I have to do a logging system for this thing, and I think I'm gonna have some of it go to standard out, whereas other bits, so standard out will always get mirrored to a file, and that's for more general things. But I think I'm going to categorically separate stuff through into different files, though, depending on the. So, for instance, like this OS input stuff might go out to its own file, so have the input log in a different file, and that. But yeah, we'll see. Yeah, I think I might do the logging stuff very soon, because on Windows, because I've made a GUI application. When I do printf, it doesn't go out to a file. Sorry, it doesn't go out to the terminal. It just goes into the void somewhere. I have to use that output debug string or something to get it out into a console. I think it's weird. So I think I want to sort out that logging situation on Windows because currently printf doesn't really work. Right, let's make sure this is all good, and then we'll just test it all out. We'll get rid of the X input 2 stuff. We'll unplug that, and then we'll comment it out. So we're just saying if it is a mouse, get the remaining events, right? Read off the mouse dev node, right? If it doesn't have anything, we break out of this loop. We've got some events. Go over all the events. Pick up the event. What is this? Is it a key press? Right, if it's a key press, switch on the code, get us the mouse button, trigger that event. Then we get the relative. If the key type is a relative thing, then if it's relative X or Y, we're gonna set that one up. Then call mouse moved. Remember, it combines it if we call it twice because X and Y will come through as separate events. The wheel is going to be H wheel. We have to flip the Y again. Send that through there. Right, I think that looks pretty good to me. Okay. So if btn is actually set to something, then we'll do that, right? More than likely, yes. But yeah, we'll do that. That's good. That's good. So what we're going to do is we're going to unplug this code. We're going to unplug this X input 2 code, which does it this way. You know, it was an interesting discovery in the way we did it, right? But you know, and I realized we just didn't free the data. Actually, is that right? Oh no, we did free the data, but I think we can do it better through through evdev rather. So we'll just do that. So button press, button release. That's also for the scroll wheel as well. Is this the keyboard one? Key press. Yeah, so we'll be replacing this very soon. So we'll nick this code, and that's for the keyboard, the raw keyboard stuff. But we'll test out the mouse just now. So I'm just gonna run the game. So if I move my mouse, we've got mouse moved. Mouse button press. Now, is this the raw input? Let's go into the main file where we print all this stuff. Because I think we disabled the virtual stuff, right? Why aren't we seeing the virtual ones? We should be seeing both coming through, right? Mouse moved and then the virtual mouse moved. Virtual is like the proper OS one, whereas mouse moves is just the raw. Oh, if it's inside the window, the virtual one shows up. Yep, that's good. Outside the window, it's just raw. Okay, so if we go, let's test this out, right? So let's go left, the X goes negative, right, the X goes positive. So here's the relative number that we should be looking at. This absolute number is a made-up cursor that we're just tracking, and it stays inside the bounds of the window. But obviously we don't draw it because we've not done the graphics code yet, or done the UI interface, which we will be doing after this input stuff. So we go left, negative, right, positive, up, positive, down, negative. Good. Got some left clicks, button press, button releases. Good. Right clicks, slightly different. That's good. Down, that's positive. It's not good. Up. Right, that scroll. I didn't like that scroll. Okay, I'll scroll here. Oh no. Right, that's -1 scrolling up. So I didn't have to flip it then. That's inconsistent. I didn't have to flip the Y in that case. For some reason, up was positive. Right, up is positive, down negative. Sweet. Click in the mouse middle, that works. If I press the back button, that works, and the forward button. 10, 8, good. 1, yeah, awesome. Right, I'm a big fan of that. That's really cool. So the mouse stuff is all plugged in. We can now remove that X input mouse code, but I'll keep it in just for a second because we're just going to remove the whole of X input 2 and just use the raw event straight from evdev now because it's just better. So keyboard. What is a keyboard? Well, let's find the test thing for it. So what does the keyboard have? So we're looking for input keyboard. Input key board. This one, event 16. So we do an EV test. 16. These are all the bells and whistles a keyboard has, right? It's just got a bunch of keys. This is a big key num. It tells us what it supports, which is pretty nice. It's even got like LED stuff like this, apparently, and right. So yeah, it'd be good to have a bit of a play with that one. So we've already mapped this evdev key enum into our custom key enumeration, our platform agnostic key enumeration, right? because X11 basically gives us this enum anyway, but we're just avoiding X11 now for doing the raw key presses. But yeah, so that bit's not hard. I just want to see how it gives us the thing is also just EV key basically is type 1. I'm not sure about these type 4s and 17s. Oh, I really want to look at that and see how it works. And how about key repeats? How does that work? Because key repeats weren't part of X input 2, I don't think. Not logging into the console only increases the log rate from 150 lines per millisecond to 200 lines. Oh, really? Hmm. Also, I do feel I'm complaining a bit about premature optimization. Not really. It depends, right? Because if you put a lot of logging code in, your game will just tank, right? And while you're there, if you sort of know you can make it better and know how to make it better and the way it needs to be, it's just the time investment to get it there, isn't it? But yeah, sometimes though, if you don't really know how it fully needs to be, it's not worth doing a very overcomplicated solution. Sometimes it's worth just doing the simple solution and then coming back when you have the shape of the engine a bit more or the game, and then you can come back and be like, this is how it needs to be, you know. But yeah, like a lot, a system that logs stuff can be quite simple, but then again, it's when you have to solve those problems of like only flushing when you need to, there can be a bit of complexity to it. Yes, a keyboard. So basically, we just still copy and paste what we just did, right? Where's the thing? So we just want to copy paste what we did. Oh, wait. No. I quickly want to have a bit of a play with this. So I'm gonna hold the H key down, right? The best key, the H key. So it just repeats. That's just a key repeat. Oh, it gives you a value of 2 if it's a key repeat. Nice. So you also have these times as well, these timestamps, which is quite interesting. Like we don't have timestamps yet in our events, and maybe these will actually be quite useful. Yeah, we should not forget that there is timestamps. Like at what time did this event happen? But yeah, maybe. Yeah, because I guess if you're doing like a competitive game and you want to tell like the server, this user pressed this key at this time. Then it can, and if you do imagine if you have a game where you want to know which player pressed the key first, and then you can handle that better. That's quite interesting, right? You can do it from the actual OS point. But obviously, if they change their operating system and like cheat, they can cheat, right? But yeah, that's where that could be used in an interesting way. Just tried to log the delta time each frame, and I can spot frames which logging from 0.3 to /0.4 milliseconds per frame to 7 OS. Wow. Frames that flush the log, right? Yeah. Isn't that crazy though? It's pure insane how it takes that time. We need to like just give everyone who works on an operating system like the most worst computer in the world and say, here you go. Like, you know, make it work well on this thing. Oh. Okay, so I want to go and grab that key. So from the X keyboard, sorry, X input stuff, X input 2 for the keyboard. Key press key release these guys. And it's this one right about here. So we do a lot of bit of a hack here, but it's no big deal. Here's the hack. So the hack, oh no, I just realized. We don't have a lot of this stuff anymore. Maybe we can cheat it. I don't know what a serial is. The last request process. See, let's put 0 in there. False. Display connection. GOS. Oh, wait. OS backend. Connection. Time. Milliseconds. Let's put 0. So that this key code is +8. So it's E value. Wait. E code +8. So you want to say like X11 key code is +8 is evdev key code +8. Something like that. And then we fill up this. We pretend there was a key event, and then we request it. We request it to give us a UTF-8 like string back, like a character string back from the current keyboard state, basically. And if it's a valid one, we send it out this key event. E code. Right, so how do we know if it is a press? And also, how do we know if it is a repeat? What do we do again? Yeah, if it is a repeat, you just get pressed. We'll only send out repeated presses, no repeated releases. Excellent. So, from the perspective of, do you want to, like, is pressed, isn't it? Yeah, billion is pressed. Billion is pressed. And you want to say like E value greater than or equal to 1. And you want to say like E value, so 0 equal released, 1 equal pressed, 2 equal released. Repeated. Repeat. So that's how our system works there. So hopefully this still works and doesn't crash. Fingers crossed. So we're going to comment out the code, the other code that does this. Right. So fingers crossed this will work. And it doesn't crash. If not, we've got to try and make something up. Right, so I'm pressing keys, nothing's happening, and that's because we use the mouse. That's because we use the mouse dev node. Pretty sure. Yep. We used the mouse dev node and it just cried and died. So we just try that now. Right. Seems to be fine. So I'm going to click out here and I'm going to start typing. So, sweet. So you see here, at the lower side, I'm pressing the P key. It's coming through as an R key code. So on a QWERTY keyboard, it's an R key. On a Comac keyboard, which is my my choice of keyboard layout, it's again a virtual key code of P. And obviously for text input comes out as the P key. If I hold Shift, and then if I press the P key, we get a capital P. If I hold Alt-GR and press P, we get that weird O that's been crossed out. So that is working, which is good. If I hold the P key, you'll see the is repeat stuff on the right-hand side is working as well. So that's really good. So now we've actually wired raw key input, not going through the virtual thing. Not going through the X11s. Nice. That's really good. So we've got touchpad here, which we're not wired in yet. I don't know what the touchpad looks like, but I think what we should do first is we should get rid of X input to just completely get rid of it from our system now because we just don't need it. And then we want to, because we've got touchpad here, and we want to see how different that looks to the mouse from EVDev perspective. If it doesn't look too different, we'll just wire it into the same thing, but we'll see. Then after that we'll do this accelerometer. Okay, so there's X input 2. It was interesting figuring this stuff out, but yeah, we just don't need it anymore. So that used to be like raw button press, raw key press, raw motion, but we use EVDev now, the layer underneath it. This looks for X input stuff. I don't know why we didn't check that before, but anyway, that should be gone now. Right, so XI2, let's search for that. So this generic event thing all just goes. All this code can get deleted because we have replaced that. And voila. Cool. So X input. Oh, there's no more. Okay. It's good. Does it still compile? Nice. So one thing from this OS side of things is I don't think I have a function for a window to do a window size. Yeah, window position, window dimensions, right. But so first of all, this name is kind of terrible. It's just called pause. And then there's a comment to say bottom left. So it's like, what's more? Like, if we have to say it's the bottom left, then a better name really is bottom left. Yeah. So in this window API, we don't know if the window is currently focused with a mouse, or if it's got keyboard focus. So we kind of want a way to get those booleans out and track that state too, because when we do UI, which we'll be doing after this input stuff is done, we want to know if the game is focused in any way, so we can know how to run, we can save running logic if it's not focused at all, right? And also behave differently. So in the common OS side of things, this thing here should really be renamed to bottom left as well, so it's easier to follow in the actual code as well. So everywhere where we say window.pos, we should really be renaming that to window.bottom left. Okay. Cool. That was a nice little rename. So I do want to expose those two things, which is window is mouse is focused mouse is focused keyboard. So these two things will just go in this nice little shared common place, and there'll be a couple of booleans that we'll just chuck in this nice little window place. Window is focused mouse is focused keyboard. So return GOS, window is focused mouse is focused keyboard. So how do we populate these things? Well, through the event system, right? So when we gain mouse focus, so the mouse focus has changed, or if the keyboard focus has changed, what we can do is we can set those globals, right? Because we only have one window. I'm not sure if this game is going to have multiple windows, so for now we're just going to do one. And if we need that complication, we can just add it later. So is the mouse focused? And it'll just be equal to, is focused, right? Oh, and is the keyboard focus equal to is focused? So that'd be super nice as well. Cool. Right, so what else have we got to do in order to finish this side of things? So touchpad was next, wasn't it? So let's look at our test application again and find the touchpad. So input mouse. We're going to find the touchpad on this PlayStation controller. Oh, it's input touchpad, isn't it? Right. Input touchpad is event 21. So we're going to look at event 21 and see how different that is. So EV test, event 21. So here is the controller. We've got instead of rel, remember it said rel on the mouse, so that was relative. This one is absolute positioning. Right, so it tells us the absolute positioning on this thing where my finger is exactly, apparently. Is that right? I have no idea. We should try and decode this. So it's got left mouse click, tool finger, touch. So it's being touched right now. That's kind of interesting. Double tap. So it's got double tap too. So you've got an X absolute position. There's a min max on it. Right. Should we think about these as well? These. No, so ABSs can have a min max value, but so 15 was the mouse. Those are relative, so those don't have min max. whereas absolutes have min-max. Okay, good to know. So on the touchpad, so if we double tap it, did that do anything? Do I see a double tap anywhere? No double tap. Just position this empty Y position for some reason. So, right, so if I slide my finger from the middle to the right, what do we get? Right, should we start from somewhere sensible and we can go back to here and we can follow it? So if I go like that quickly, is this too much? So I just slid across the X. So let's take a look at the X values. So, it started by saying, hey, you're touching it. And then with tall finger for some reason. I think that maybe that's saying you're touching it as well. So you've also got this sort of like tracking ID code of 24. I guess this increments every time you touch it. You've got this sort of like MT position XY come in as well. And then you sort of have this ABS thing. So the only ones that repeat is these empty positions and the absolutes. These guys seem to be one off when you first start touching it, but let's see. So I'm basically sliding it to the right. And it increments this by whatever, right? And the MT value is the same, so we can basically ignore this one. We can have a look and see what this thing is, right? Let's Google for it and see what the internet says. Multi-touch protocol. Interesting. So it's got multi-touch capabilities. Bum bum bum. It's so small though, but fair enough. So you're sliding it to the right and it just keeps going to the right. So we started from the middle and it said 1,000, right? So now let's start from the far left-hand side. We'll do this again, right? And we'll see what happens. So we'll start from the far left this time. So I kind of went up a little bit as well, but So we kind of started from 0. So it is like an absolute position. It's an absolute positioning on the touchpad itself. That's pretty cool. So I guess that's how, I don't know if you've seen on some games on the PlayStation, you press the left-hand side and you press the right-hand side, right? That's how they do it. They have an absolute position of where your finger is on this, so they can sort of, they can know exactly where on this touchpad you are touching. And know if you press on the left-hand side or the right-hand side. It's kind of interesting, But yeah, so, right, we've got to think about that in our API then. But it's also got multi-touch. What is that? So yeah, we can read out the bounds of this. And so for a touchpad, you want to be able to know the bounds that you're in. Whereas for a mouse, it's just relative positioning, and we'll make up a fake cursor for you as well in the game. So you want to know where you are in the bounds of the touchpad. Then you've also got this tracking ID when you touch it. So notice how it went up to 25. Wait, was that right? Yeah, so every single time I touch it, is that right? It's hard. There's so much that goes on. So 46. See, it says -1 at the end and the touch goes to 0 again. So you know when it's being touched and when it stopped being touched. 46. Wait. 47. Yeah, so every single time you start touching it again, wait, this touch, the multi-touch tracking number goes up. Right. So if I hold two fingers on it, I don't know what it does. I don't know if it gives us anything that's, because I know that like far to the right is like 1,000 odd and far to the left is 0. So I go like that, and I guess it's just like they're all quite low numbers. Well, that one was high. And then it says multi-track slot 1. Interesting. So see, oh, it does do 2. So there's multi-track slot 1, 0. But yeah, this is not something we're definitely not going to want this, right? Where they can like pinch. I don't know, you know, or we can scroll. Oh, double tap. Double tap is showing up. Okay. So you can like double tap on it. Yeah, I don't know how much of this we want. But yeah, it's good to know that it is different from the raw perspective. So we should definitely utilize that. Okay. Right, so from our API, let's have a bit of a visit on what this thing is and how it looks. So we have a mouse and touchpad section, but what we've discovered is that it is kind of different. A mouse is relative positioning, whereas a touchpad is absolute positioning. But the mouse internally can have a cursor that you can, like an in-game cursor that you get access to, and a map. So, but do you want this in the OS layer or something that goes in the game layer somewhere, right? Probably not in the OS layer do you want this cursor that we've been doing. So virtual cursor is the sort of mouse cursor that you move around the screen and you see where it is, right? This one is all okay. And you can hide and show it. I think this is fine. But this API probably needs to have a bit of a change. Yeah, so I think we just want to add another one. So there'd be like a mouse API. There'd be a touchpad API. So the mouse API, do you want to be able to get a position back for it? It's kind of nice being able to have like a cursor that gets tracked. But then that cursor only really needs to get shown when you're inside certain menus in the game. So maybe it just has to be like, it could be a separate thing maybe. Like, and this is an OS abstraction. So having something that's specific for a part in a game in here is probably not a good idea, right? We should just expose what the OS gives you, right? Or what the device gives you, really. So we've got touchpad here. So touchpad is gonna, you know, there's like a whole realm of multi-touch, and whatever. but I don't think this game is going to need it. So I don't know if it's worth designing anything for that unless we actually need it. So I think with a touchpad, I think what we want to have is touchpad, position. What is this relative position? There's no wheel on it, right? There's no wheel on a touchpad. So with the touchpad as well, you kind of only have like one thing when it's like it has been, if it's been pressed, there's only one thing. But you also want to know if you're like on the touchpad itself, right? So like if it has been actually pressed, or if your finger has touched the surface, which we saw in here, right? There's a thing where it says BTN touch and BTN left. So maybe we should add an enumeration like we have for this. We are going to have a bit set, and it'd be like buttons, but it'd be more like touchpad something, right? So I think that'd be proper cool. Right, so I'm just going to take a quick 2-minute break and get another cup of tea and cool the room down. But yeah, I'll be back in a couple of minutes, and then we'll sort this touchpad API and wire it all in, and then hook up the low-level events to it. So it'd be proper cool. So anyways, be back in a couple of minutes, and enjoy the tunes. Hello everybody, welcome back. How we doing? So I'm quite warm in here and just went and made myself another cup of tea, so you know, very smart decisions here. But yeah, hope we're all doing good. So I think we'll get some touchpad. I maybe call them touchpad. So right. See, I'm not sure we're doing this multi-touch thing. Like, it seems to... Yeah, two touch contacts would look like this, and it's like, you know, I don't know how much value we're going to get out of it in the actual game we're going to be using, so I don't think it's worth doing this stuff at all, really. But we definitely want to track... Do they have finger tracking? Ooh. But yeah, they do like a multi-touch. Yeah. Yeah, I think... So we're ignoring multi-touch. Basically. Right. But there's two events that come through. Which is button. What is tall finger? I know there's double tap. So that's if you touch two fingers on, but I don't know if that's good. So let's look at tall finger. So a lot of kernel drivers cannot distinguish between different tool types, such as fingers or a pen. In some cases, the event would be omitted. The protocol supports finger, but input core. Right, should we try and put a pen on it and see what happens? I don't really have a pen here, but I have a screwdriver. I also have the end of a hoover somewhere. So I doubt though it's going to say screwdriver or pen, but you know, right, that doesn't work. I think you need one of those like surfaces, you know. So obviously like anything plastic isn't going to work, but you need like something. Yeah, I don't think it's going to pick up anything. Yeah. That's just my finger touching it. So you get this tall finger on and off. Right, okay. Tall is going to be stuff like pen on a Wacom tablet. Yeah. Can you use a finger on a Wacom tablet or you got to use a pen? Tall pen or tall palm. Oh, so you can... Oh. Yeah, because say if you have like a Mac touchpad, if your palm rests on it, then you can do nothing. So, yeah, I remember that before. Yeah. Fair play. Right, you can use finger too. Right, so I think what we'll do is we'll probably say like, hey, we'll probably say like ignore a palm basically. If it's a pen or a finger, we'll do something about it. So all we're looking for in terms of like buttons, I guess. Are they buttons? Not really buttons. So all we want is like when you touch the pad, or when you like actually press, what is it called? It's called a button left. So I guess we'll have a press. So there's like is pressed. So we could call it an action instead. Touchpad action. None. So you've kind of like actually clicked it in, like a click. And then you probably have another action for like, so we click and there will be probably like touch, like I've touched the pad. There is like a double tap, double touch thing. Yeah. There's all this multi-touch stuff, but I don't think it's worth it really. So I think for now that'll just be a good enough API. So you'll get, so you have like this position. So you want to be able to have the bounds. So you could probably get some relative position as well. Now you obviously want like the bounds of the box. Or the dimensions as it's called. Right. Width and height. So you want to say that basically this position and everything is all within the bounds of position. Hey there, Wajilla. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. So you want to say the mouse is a relative pointer device, I guess. Whereas this absolute one is a absolute So this position, though, this is the most difficult thing about it. This position, we should probably, it's called touchpad position. So I guess it makes sense. But it's kind of namespaced in this touchpad thing, right? Yeah, maybe we should stick a comment like in touchpad space, right? 0 to touchpad dims, something like that. That'll be good enough. There we go. Doing good. Made a 2D render of OpenGL with Kotlin. Ah, fair play. Fair play. Nice. How are you finding OpenGL? Is it your first time? So this is press. It's not really button anymore. It's kind of action. And this will be touchpad action. Button is pressed, bit set. Should there be buttons? Did I? Buttons is pressed. No, oh sorry, button is pressed. Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense. Right, so I think this is good now. So we want to like wire this in. We're going to go through the layers now from the high to the lows. So we'll go into here and find the mouse section. And I'm just going to rewire some of this thing. So the mouse doesn't have an absolute mouse position anymore, so we're going to nuke that thing from existence. So there's also a new one now. So inside input device, we're going to make this thing called a touchpad. Gotta go now, my public layer. In a bit, Jamaica, have a good rest of your evening. I'll see you. First successful attempt. Enjoying Kotlin so far. Haven't used Kotlin for a while. Yeah, I've not really used it. I'm not much of a Java fan, to be fair, but you know, that's cool. I'm glad you're enjoying that though. But yeah, that's good. OpenGL is a bit to learn, but yeah, it's cool. Thank you so much for the sub there. Satiro PVN. Hey Bean, thank you so much. But yeah, you still can get access to the code. If you go over to the Discord and follow the instructions there, you have to link your account and get access to the code. I haven't been putting up this input code lately, which has been a bit naughty, really. I should really be doing that. I think I spent some streams deciding like how something should be or what route we wanted to take, and I just didn't really commit it. But yeah, after the stream, we're going to commit everything back up. So yeah. But yeah, thank you so much for the sub. Welcome. Right, mouse, touchpad. Right, so that's in the inputs, internals, relative positions. It doesn't have a wheel. Right, I guess a touchpad could have a wheel, but it doesn't. Because you could technically scroll. But anyway. Goodbye mouse position. So these things shouldn't be mouse or touchpad anymore. That was wrong. Sweet. Get rid of that. No, my Discord. Oh no, okay, it's good. Sorry. I thought my Twitch chat disconnected for a second on my phone. But yeah, that's fine. It's fine. Oh. Alright. So we'll just copy and paste these guys in, and then we'll wire them up. We probably need some events now. This is a touchpad. So touchpad position. So touchpad here. We didn't just sort this thing out. Oh, we did. Sorry, it's just position, relative position, isn't it? Actually thinking about it. That's it. That's the one. Right, position, relative position. And we also need the dimensions of the touchpad. So we need to be able to fish those out and stick them in there as well. So what are my dimensions? Okay. And then we also want to get this like keyboard, sorry, this bit set, so we can check to see, oh, is the user touching the touchpad? And if so, we can maybe use that position, that absolute position, and do something with it. So touchpad action is pressed, has been pressed this frame, which is useful, and has been released. Cool. So there we go. So that's the high level. public interface. Now let's look at anything else where the mouse is plugged in, for instance, and see what we should do to handle that. So this is all about the mouse being moved. But this is the raw mouse. So really we should probably call it raw mouse. Oh, I'll have a think about that. But for now, that's not really a priority. So we want to remove the touchpad from this. But the virtual mouse, we're going to leave it to work with the touchpad, I think. Oh wait, the virtual mouse doesn't relate to a single input device anyway. The virtual mouse is just... yeah. That's fine. It doesn't map to a single device, it maps to multiple devices, so it's outside of this. Touchpad, touchpad, touchpad. Yeah, so just for some context, the global mouse, or the virtual mouse, is just a global thing. It doesn't map to any event, any input device. So when you move the cursor on the PlayStation 5 controller or by using the mouse, it will just simulate it as a one big global mouse, basically. That's just all shared. That's all it's doing there. That's fine. Right. So we've got touchpad position. Yeah, so I need to set back touchpad relative position, and then action has been pressed and action has been released. Touchpad actions none, touchpad actions none. Hey there, VMT, how you doing? Still not working, we don't have it, Dennis. Yeah. Although those quotes are really great that we haven't on Mr. Donho's channel, you know. Right. So I think we need to add some new events. And we've got pause everywhere here. And pause is kind of not really supposed to be here anymore. Mouse moved. I don't know. Maybe we could stick a mouse in the OS layer, right? Sorry, a mouse absolute position in the layer, but it just... like, you know what? Let's keep one in here. My only issue is though, the touchpad has a position, and that's in touchpad space. So, yeah, no, we're not doing it. So this means that the position field in this mouse moved event is only set if it is a this is only set if it's a virtual cursor, right? So you know, maybe we need a raw mouse moved and a raw, so I don't get confused between all this stuff. Right, let's get rid of all this. So for now we'll just say S32 00 S32. So yeah, it doesn't have anything there. Yeah, so I think we'll do that rename when we get the touchpad events plugged in. Oh, there's no member names position on mouse now. So if you have this virtual mouse cursor, virtual mouse moved, But it's called virtual cursor in the higher levels. Oh. Okay. So I guess we'll just have an S32 times 2 outside and call it vert mouse position. Something like that. So it means then this can still work. Okay, there's no more errors apparently, that's good. So we've got to add some new events. For the touchpad. It's called like virtual mouse, whereas outside here it's called like a virtual cursor. Yeah, it's called a virtual cursor. The OS is built-in mouse cursor, which is shared between multiple mice. Yeah, so we need to add... We kind of need to add touchpad stuff now. Touchpad moved. Touchpad action pressed. Action released. I think that was it. So we're gonna get... See, so we could overload this mouse moved, but I don't know. Hey there, Liam, me, Majine. Thought Dennis was retired. Of course, it's not working. Beacon. Yeah, it's because I'm hungry. You see, I need more beacon. Right. Thank you. Appreciate it. So this is touchpad moved. Touchpad bottom. So if touchpad is moved, you have some position and relative position as well. Yep. These would be touchpad actions. Now, is pressed. What is that about? All right. Wait. Why do we have an is press field? Because... Right. But you can tell if it's pressed by this thing anyway. Whether it's equal to key press or key released. But I guess it doesn't hurt having an extra field, but yeah. Action bit set. Right, so we have to set those things up. We just need a couple of extra functions in here. So we need basically these two, but repeated here. Touchpad. So touchpad here instead uses absolute positioning in touchpad space. And it also uses button change, which would be action. So we need to make sure that when we connect the touchpad, we get back the absolute positioning bounds, right? The size of the touchpad. Excellent. So let's get these guys wired in. Is music still going? Yeah. Okay. It's still called button. That's a crime. Hey there, Perry boy. How you doing? How's things going? How you been, Perry? So it's basically the same as the mouse in a way. We want to make sure it's inside the bounds, right? So we need to find invert mouse. Let's clamp it within the dimensions of the touchpad. So we get the touchpad. Make sure it is a touchpad when we get it, or it has touchpad capabilities. Then we need to say, right, device, dimensions, clamp it inside there, please. Good mate, thanks. How are you? Mum and the baby okay? Yeah, they're both doing good. Today is my wife's 1 year anniversary. So we went out and got absolutely stuffed with food, you know. Had a lovely time at the restaurant. Yeah, it's been good. The baby is also due today as well, you know, great timing. So yeah, the baby's due date has always been our 1 year anniversary. So thankfully his not came yet. Because, you know, or not came today. You know, we're still like 5 hours left, but preferably his birthday should not share our anniversary, you know. Yeah, that would be ideal. Because then we can have 2 parties, you know. We can have an anniversary party and then a birthday party. And twice the cake, you know, Perry? You know what I mean? Twice the cake. What food did I go to? Went to a Mediterranean place. So basically kebabs, like a really nice kebab, and yeah, and then at the end they give us some Turkish delight as well. Man, so good. Yeah, one party after the other is all you need. At least you have no excuse to forget them though. Good point. Good point. All good and tasty Turkish delight. Yeah, I love me some Turkish delight, man. You know, they're amazing. Um, but yeah, the starters as well. They give you bread with like yogurt and like Greek yogurt and everything. Oh, amazing, amazing. I'm so full. And then it started raining, and I had to sort of like rush back to the car and pick up the car for my wife. You know. I'm doing good, not so red. Thank you so much. I'm doing great. How are you doing? Yeah, we're just wrapping up on the input stuff today. We got it all working. We're just especially the gamepad stuff. I did want to try and get the accelerometer plugged in, but I don't know. Is this game really going to have an accelerometer and gyroscope? But if we get a bit of time, we'll throw it in. But we've skipped out on multi-point touchpad stuff because we're definitely not going to have that in it, right? Um, but yeah, things are going really good. Then we get to do some Windows programming, yay, in the future. So we'll do some of that. That was sarcasm, by the way. Oh, the minty yogurt. No, it wasn't quite minty. No. I like any other variety of Turkish delight except for the rose. water ones. Right. No, my favorite one is like the minty Turkish, like the green one. But there's like a lemon one. That one's good. Yeah, they got some good flavors, man. But yeah, I remember like I stopped eating like sugar. I use rose water, right? I'm not sure if I tried those ones actually. Um, I remember when I sort of was keeping my my sugar intake low because it's kind of good if I do it. Like I basically don't have sugar in my diet, but I binged the crap out of chocolate yesterday. I tell you that. But usually I have like no sugar now, and I kind of just been getting back on my diet again. Like this was like a few months ago, or like 6 months ago, and my colleague, well, I met up with the guys at work, and my colleague brought in massive box of like Turkish delight. You know, as you do when you buy a Turkish delight, you get a massive box of it, and it was so hard, but I managed to avoid it. But it was only me and him who liked the Turkish delight, and I just felt bad not being able to enjoy the Turkish delight of him. You know. Yeah, the things. It's what happens when you go on diets. You just like. uh, oh, I grabbed the wrong one. All right, we need to move this one over. Wait. Damn it! Why is? Uh, moved. This is the one. Right, so it tries to merge it. Oh my days. Yeah, we need merging because EV dev is like, I can only give you the X in one event, and then the next event will give you the Y. So we need to sort that one out. So we'll do that. Right, so this is moved. Can we skip the Windows part? Or shall we skip it? Nah. I want to be, yeah. As much as like I want it to be a cross-platform engine from the start. But yeah. It would be nice if we didn't have to. All those Windows.h's. But yeah, no, it's quite good though with this abstraction though. We've got all that Windows.h just stuffed into a single file. And just hopefully not deal with a lot of Windows stuff. Like we've built the interface not on Windows and spent most time outside of it, so it should hopefully be a lot easier to just. We should only maybe spend about 3 streams at most on it, hopefully. Fingers crossed. Maybe it'll be more. Yeah. That's cool. I was just joking. That's fine. Yeah, it would be nice to skip the Windows though. Hello, game engine. You know Cakes? He's also making Linux game engine. Sweet. Yeah, I think I've seen him on Twitch. Yeah, Cakes ZZ or whatever it is. Yeah, with the Z. Yeah, I think he's doing Vulkan as well as in like a 2D tower defense game. I think, right? Is that right? I'm not joking. Yes, I vote skip Windows. Okay. Nah. Well, we gotta keep the Windows people happy. It's good to have a cross-platform engine, you know. But at least we're not doing Android. I could have swore he was using Vulkan in his stream. All right, let's dig into the sources. Oh, where's Geo? Nah, I could have swore he was doing Vulkan. Is this some alternate reality stuff going on? Anyway, is this a new project? Or did he give up on Vulkan? You know, I wouldn't blame him. Vulkan is crazy. It is crazy. Right, so relative mouse is what I want. This is what do we want to combine data? If the X and Y comes in at different... What have you done? The X and Y comes in on different events. So it's just the X and then just the Y. Rightio. So the way... abstractions. So... Right. Do 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 touchpad moved. So if it's equal to touchpad moved the previous one, awesome. So we want to like say, so maybe what we'll do is we'll set position as like a -1, and then like, but then it gets clamped. Why is EVDev such a piece of work? Because I don't want to separate it or cache it. Right, I think we're going to the back end and figure this out. Because the problem is like, right, alright, this is how we're going to do it. We're not going to do that thing that we had in here where we combine the previous event. That's silly. So instead we'll have this relative position. Like that. This is mouse. And then we'll just accumulate all the relative position. So we'll just say rel position.x plus equal that. Plus equal that. And then if it ends up being different, so it's minus equal in this case for the y, because we've got to flip it. And then if it ends up containing any of it, we'll just... it's probably better this way. Because the problem is we can't fire. Out too many events. If relpos.x or relpos.y, and voila. And we could just do any g on that. But yeah, any. Equally, that just does it. Oh yeah. If any g's. So there's a mouse moved. So that will save us with that problem. So this will as well could probably do the same thing. In other news, I'm seeing Messen being used more and more, and I have to say, it's quite nice. I don't think Windows support is really pub pi yeah. Yeah, so the thing is I did use it for a little project to test it out. Um but yeah, um I think it's nicer than CMake, right? So if you're coming from CMake, it's probably like far better because CMake is like it's re- I know you're not going to agree with me on this, but it's really bad. Um, but yeah, I think one of the problems I was having with it is like, I was using it for small projects, and I could just, and if I wanted to change like a setting, I'd have to recompile all the meson. No, I have to rerun the meson setup thing for the project to like re-parse the config files just to change. Like, no, if I wanted to change this was it. If I wanted to enable the sanitizer, I used to have to delete all of the meson files, rerun it for it to change the sanitizer because you couldn't just say like dash sanitize equal address or whatever it was. You had to like use the built-in meson like argument to enable the sanitizer, but it would only enable if you destroyed all your cached files. And then like it was just such like there was so much abstraction in the way of me just doing a simple command that gets passed into Clang that it just made me sort of rage and just not use it anymore. So yeah. But yeah, over CMake I will probably use it if that was the choice. But yeah, for me, on my little projects, like that one bit made me rage. So yeah, but yeah, he's doing Vulkan for his own game. This is his side project. Also, he's building an engine. Yeah, we're not building an engine, if that's what you're saying. Oh, he's also making a Linux game engine. Yeah, we're not making a game engine. We're making a game. So we are doing engine code, but we're not writing this generally for any game. We're writing this specifically for a game. But yeah, we are going a little bit in like the general territory here, but we're getting some keyboard input and stuff like this. We're not using SDL and doing it all for ourselves, which has been interesting. But you know, yeah. Sorry, just got to remember this. Get back to it. Right, that's a good one. I like it. Sweet. Yeah, so but like every like bit of code that is gonna be in this game is pretty much gonna be written except for a few single header libraries which I can just grab in, which do a very specific job. But yeah, that's the way we're gonna roll this project. Just do everything from scratch and just do it very specialized for the game at hand, basically. Even the UI system, which we'll do after this input system. What does any SAT do? It basically does like not equal 0 against x and y. So like that. So it just does v.x or v.y. So it's the equivalent of saying not equal, right? 0 equals 0, like that. So if any of these are true, basically, yeah. So it does it for all the vector types, and that. And that's in our maths library that we got for these vector types. So that works on CPU and GPU code. Because we've got a little C compiler that compiles it to Spivvy. Bum 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 bum. Right, these need to accumulate. That was dangerous, that refactor. Alright, that's all good. So I'm glad we refactored that now. So now we're not getting this separate X and Y crap. So we can, like this, where we did this sort of like combined thing, this can now get removed. We wrote that code today and that feels, I don't know, mixed. I'm glad that it's gone, but I had to write it. Alright. Okay, back to this touchpad thing. So we clamp it inside the touchpad positions. Nice. Touchpad moved event. Right. Device ID. Position. Touchpad. Paid. So relative. So we go back to that virtual mouse thing. We'll grab this guy. So we just subtract the position that we got in with the one that's stored in the device. Touchpad position. Right, update the what? So we should then be updating the position in the device, but also the relative position as well. What do we do for... Oh, we accumulate. Update the touchpad. Touchpad. Yeah, the M.2 form factor is great, isn't it? Like, it just fits in the palm of your hand and you get like a nice, like a, you know, amazing speed and just amazing amount of storage. It's just it's awesome. And then you run Windows on it and it still takes ages to open up a program, you know. So we're just accumulating this with the one recorded in the event. And voila. Now I've got this action change. Action is like, hey, am I touching the touchpad or is the touchpad being pressed? So it's the same as button changed, basically. So make sure there's no mouse in my touchpad. That's good, no mouse in my touchpad. So I just got to replace everything that says mouse now with touchpad. Just find all the lowercase stuff and sort that out. Touchpad. And then every button will become action. Sort that out in a minute. Cool. So every button will become action. And did I change that in the header file? I think I did. Yep. Every button shall become action. What? What? Did I call it actions is pressed? What did I do? Right, a bit wrong there. Position. Right, so now it's got to rename all the capital things here. So this is touchpad action pressed, touchpad action released. And then this one is touchpad features. Thank you. Add and remove. That's all good. Sweet. So that's the events all plugged in. Now I just got to be careful. I think I kind of renamed. Yes. So those got to be reset. Now something we have to do is when we set up the touchpad, so in the low level side of things, right? When the touchpad gets set up, we need to get the dimensions of the touchpad. So see here, if we run EV test on our touchpad, device node thing, we get the bounds of this, the resolution. So we want to get that. So the resolution of this is going to be retrieved when we connect the touchpad device. So in the OS Linux side of things, what we need to do is is it here? Oh yeah, when we do the gamepad, we get the resolutions of any absolute thing. So these are like the joystick or the analog sticks or the triggers. So we basically want this thing. So for the touchpad, you want to get the resolution of the X and the Y. So ABS X and ABS Y. So you use IOCTL, which is a sort of kernel thing, and it can give you metadata about these sort of like, so touchpad, device node. So it give you metadata about this file descriptor, this special file descriptor which the kernel sort of writes to the events, right? So inside this ABS info, it has stuff like, it gives you like the minimum maximum bounds and some other things as well. Like this makes it sound like it's like a dead zone thing, but whenever I used it for the game controller, it didn't really give us any value. So we just did a custom dead zone anyway, because you kind of want the user to define a dead zone, right, for their own controller. But yeah, so we get this ABS info, if it returns something that is sensible. It should return something that's sensible. It would be defaulted to 0 anyway, if it's not anything sensible. So anyway, let's just do this, right? Touchpad. Wait a minute. Where did we stick these? Oh, we stuck them in the ranges. So let's do an evdev range. Oh, no. We can just chuck that directly in input device. So this is the backend specifically for Linux, but we're going to go into the front end. Touchpad.dims, ABS info dot minimum. Wait. The minimum should be 0. Should always be 0. We just want maximum test.x. Oh no, maybe a device has a minimum that's negative, but I don't know. Hopefully not. Then we do the y, set that up. So now we've got the dimensions there, which would be good. You know, it might be nice to give the dimensions back inside the event. Maybe not. Maybe not. Right, so we've wired those in now. So now it's got to wire the events in. So when we process the events, so poll events, so we go over all of our devices, iterate over the devices, and if it's got a mouse feature, it does the mouse side of things. So we'll just copy the mouse one, and we're going to repeat this for the... We're going to repeat this for the touchpad. So we've done it for the keyboard as well. So the raw key presses directly from evdev now. And we do the gamepad directly through evdev now. Nice. Oh, let's just paste it over something like a melon. There we go. So if it's a touchpad, bear in mind we need to use the touchpad. File descriptor to read the events. And now we just want to read back. So we need ABS. There are a few keys, but rather than rel, it's ABS now. So it's absolute positioning, absolute X, absolute Y. We don't really care about the multi-touch stuff. So we'll build up a bunch of absolute positionings. And then I guess if the absolute positioning is not equal to, we'll do -1, -1. It has to move both, right? Yeah, or it just moved the X in one case. So we'll set it to what it was before we changed it. So we'll set it to like input device, touchpad position, and then we'll play around with that, right? So say, if you've got the absolute thing here, we'll say it's equal to E value. Then if it's this Y value, right, hopefully it's bottom left, but we'll probably have to flip it, knowing how things work. It's usually top left, isn't it? So we ignore the rest of them. Sweet. If position is... Do I have like an EQ? Yeah, I have an EQ. Equal position. So not equal position. Any ball, I guess. What is it? It's like a input device touchpad position. So if it has changed, can we pass that in? This time we're doing a touchpad moved. And then we're going to be doing a... Oh, that's it. Cool. So we just got to do these buttons now. And that should be touchpad done. Yeah, the NVMe and setter comes in it. Huh. And I may have brought a dual enclosure, which I now realized that was for SATA only. Right. Yeah, when my laptop died, to get the data off... Oh shoot, I better not have busted anything there. Right, we're still going. I want to get this nice enclosure where it's USB-C to plug into it. And it goes USB-C the other end. And you can just plop in the... It's nice and secure. Right, won't worry about it falling out. Right, that opened it. And yeah, it slides off and you can put the NVMe drive in. And you can just get it all off, which is super sweet. So it's super handy. So this has got all my all my terrible projects on that I've just abandoned, you know, over the years. The graveyard of projects, you know. So there's a button touch. So if they're pressed, it's got some actions. Actions. Action none. Touch. Have I touched the device? If so, or am I touching it? And then there's a left. I did just remove the left, didn't I? Which is funny. So if they press the left, that means they've clicked it. We're just calling it click. I don't know how. Yeah. So if they have any actions, now can we use the touchpad action changed? Pass in the value. I guess that's 0, 1. And then actions. When trying out different distros, I accidentally deleted like half of our projects. No, yeah, I've not done that with the distros before, but I've done it with other things. Yeah, that's why if you're mucking around with operating systems, you're really best to like put it on a different drive and just unplug. Just unplug the one that you're not messing around with. It's kind of the best way. Right, so I think that's all of our touchpad bells and whistles. So now we're going to give it a bit of a go. We haven't wired in the print code, so we'll quickly do that. And then we should really clean up the mouse thing, you know, because we've got like a raw mouse, we've got like a virtual mouse. So we call it virtual mouse in one context, but then we call it a virtual cursor. So I kind of want to sort that out. And do we want to prefix it with raw, like raw key press? I think that might be better to be more explicit with the naming, you know. So yeah, we'll think about that. So we'll grab these guys, give them a repeat, give them a rename. So mouse gets replaced with a touchpad. And then anything mouse in here gets replaced with the touchpad. And then we'll look at the properties that we're putting in and see if they're correct. So we want to say, see, so these, button bit set. Right, so it's like action now, isn't it? I don't know what happened there. We buggered something up. Okay, so that's action pressed, action released. This one at the end, touchpad action. Okay, so I think, yeah, something with these, the mouse shouldn't really be reporting position anymore, these guys, the raw ones. But yeah. Okay. So let's have a bit of a play with that touchpad. Oh. Right. Yeah, we changed that. That's fine. So the problem is the vert mouse, which is the operating system cursor you move around, like uses the OS mouse data structure that we've got, but we removed the position from there, so we've just sort of kept it outside and used it once. Since it's just a single global thing. As hopefully that's fine. So let's rerun the game. So if we move the mouse cursor, you'll see that the absolute position still works. Oh, the Y needs to get flipped. No, it doesn't. Sorry, no, it's fine. It's fine. That's correct. But yeah, the problem is it's printing out the absolute position for the raw one still, and that needs to get deleted. Right, so I'm gonna get the good old PlayStation 5 controller. It's got a touchpad. So I'm gonna touch down on the touchpad. So you'll notice there is a action pressed and an action released in all of this noise you can see. So it said there was an action, but then it says touchpad button. We don't have a touchpad button. Why is it saying touchpad button? Right, let's rerun that. So all I want to do is like just touch, right? So we got pressed, and it said there was an action 2 that got pressed, and then an action 2 got released. So 2 is a touch. So a click. So if I touch it, I do that with a click. See at the bottom there's 2 different releases, right? There's an action 1, which got released, right? It's a click in, click out. And then there's also a touch. I didn't even touch that as well. I got right, oh my days. I'm not even touching it. And it like, you get quite close, but you don't get, and it picks it up sometimes. Oh, that was weird. So yeah, I think that's what we want. Yeah, so if we go all the way to the left, you see the X is on the absolute ABS, right? Goes all the way down to 0 on the X, and all the way over to the right it goes to like the dimensions over there, right? We should really check to make sure we get the dimensions, but all those Y's are wrong. We need to flip that Y axis. I hate top left. Hey there, I Rex. Or Rex Overwatch. Welcome. I have a game in mind. 1515, Capture the Flag, where everyone acts like Soldier 76. But they look like capsule/cylinder. Basic, no graphics. How many hours would it take to code this? Well, it varies. How much coding experience do you have? And isn't that basically what Overwatch was before they, when they, the first, are you describing like Overwatch, when they first set up the dev sort of, the prototype, right? I need to flip the y-axis. So when we read these events, something silly goes on. So I want to check to make sure we get this. This would be good. Maybe we can just log it out here. Print d new line, this dot x, this dot y, and we'll see what that looks like. But I want to flip. I want to flip the y's. There you go. Wait, you don't negate it. You need to do input device touchpad dot dims dot y, take the value, and let's give that a go. So the dimensions that we got is, where is it? I see it. Touchpad dimensions, x-axis that and y-axis that. If we go into the test program, EV test, it says the same, right? There you go. Oh yeah, very nice. So that's good. So let's make sure we got the, so let's remove that print. So I'm going to just try again. I'm going to go down to the bottom. We'll 0 on the y-axis there on the absolute. Go up to the top. Go basically the maximum there. Now, negative, positive, negative, positive, left, right. That's all good. Right, touchpad is done. Take that off the list. I can code key basic. Right. I'm looking for a to commission this project. Taking on any work currently? Yeah, I'm fine. Like, I already work and make money uh, from making games anyway. So, for like, other people. So, anything I do in my spare time is purely driven by me, myself. Yeah, basically. So, yeah. Like, and technically, I can't really work with other people. Like, technically, if I do anything outside of work, like, I can't do anything with other people. Um, without getting permission, because there could be like, I could be technically working with someone who's like a competitor, or that sort of thing. So yeah, but anyway, it's not my sort of thing anyway. um right, it's done touchpad, so we're getting pretty close here. uh you know we should really deal with, like, because I took a few days break and I came back, and this just was confusing. Like, it didn't confuse me where I got lost. It was just when I read it for a second, my mum was like, "Oh, this is a mouse event." But then, like, you have virtual mouse, right? So again, virtual mouse is this little mouse cursor we're seeing here, whereas mouse is the raw things, right? So I think we should prefix everything with raw and just roll with that. Be explicit about it. Yeah, it's coming directly from the controller, something like that. That's cool, thank you. What game you making right now? Right now on Twitch? Just a new game engine, like new and better Godot? Nah, we're not making a game engine, so we're writing um specific code for a game. But there is some overlap, but reading input from the operating system. A lot of games want the same sort of stuff. So we have kind of generalized here, um, but a lot of this code is going to be very specific for a game. So we're not really using an engine. We are writing like engine code right now, but we're not going to be here for too long. Yeah, basically. But I wanted to get, like, because I haven't done this before. I haven't done touchpad input. Sorry, not touchpad. I haven't done like gamepad. Hooking up one of these controllers and interfacing with it. I haven't done this yet. So this has been a bit of a journey for me to sort of learn how to do this for myself without using any other libraries. But yeah, I typically just like writing stuff from scratch basically, and not really using those any other engine. So yeah, let's rename all this to like raw something, and then we'll do accelerometer and gyroscope, and I think we're pretty much done then. Right, so I'm just going to be doing this rename. So I think we've got... So I think if anyone wants to ask any questions about the project or anything that we're doing, feel free to ask, because I'm just in a bunch of renaming right now, so it's quite tedious. Right, so we're just going to prefix all of this with like raw whatever. And that'd be a lot easier to understand, right? That's why I seek low level for my project, because I view my project / game as a toy that everyone suggests. And everyone suggests. Right. Yeah, I think the way the minimum spec that you've suggested, right? Like, the complexity is networking, right? Rendering in your thing is not a complexity, even though, yeah. Like, you can use OpenGL, or someone can use OpenGL and just do that like proper easy. Obviously, there's a lot of but if you use something like like Unreal Engine, because Unreal was built for like first-person shooters or whatever, they've probably got all the technology to do that like really easily, and you could probably get that done. Like someone who really knows Unreal Engine can do that in a week, for the most part. But if you just did it, might take you like a month. But honestly, I think if you wanted to try and do it with your limited programming skills, you could probably pick up Unreal Engine and get that game that you're looking at done yourself without finding anybody to do it. You know. Right, OS mouse, this thing, Q mouse. So this is going to be Q raw mouse. We like it raw. Oh yeah. Yeah, because they also have blueprints, you know? And apparently people get on with that blueprint stuff, you know? Take at least 5 hours. Hey there, Bono Montana. Yeah, things are going good, man. I'm glad to say we're coming to the end of, like, this is the last stream on input code on Linux. Obviously, in the future, if we come across a little problem, or if we want to extend, you know, add anything else on top of this, which I doubt. But, you know, there might be a very specific thing that we want to add in. Oh, no, like rumble support on the controller. Do vibration, right? Do send rumble feedback. We're obviously going to do that. We'll or this is a sound device. You can have the microphone and stuff. Like, you want to do any little cheesy stuff like that. Or I don't know if we can get adaptive triggers without doing anything special. But obviously we'll come back and change it. But for the most part, the sort of all the low-hanging fruit is basically finished, which is great because we've got our abstraction that we can just implement on Windows. So that's what we'll be doing in the next few streams. So I'm super happy that we've got that far. You know, in terms of like, it's taken more streams than I hoped. You know, I don't know what we're on now. We're probably on like 10 streams of this, maybe a little bit less. Yeah, I wish that was a bit less, but it's fine. But I'm glad it's come to a close though. But yeah, how's things with you, Ben Montana? And thank you so much for sub, by the way. Appreciate it. In what ways will this input handler be better than the one that comes with SDL? So, well, we're using the raw events that come directly from EVDev rather than going through X11, so there might be something better there. SDL does get their events for the game controller directly through by reading the event packets from over the USB device for the PS5 specifically. So they could probably get access to more features, like adaptive triggers, if they tried. I don't know if they have that. But this one, this is where it knocks SDO out of the park, right? In my abstraction, this is the bit where it's like amazing. A device can be basically like, we can know that this gamepad also has a touchpad on it. We can know that with this API. And we can, maybe SDL you can do that as well, but it's a little bit easier. You can just get the features for the input device and know it. And just check this, right? But also you can get like the vendor ID and product ID as well. But another interesting thing is you can plug in multiple keyboards and multiple mice, and we can pick up each input separately from those devices. Whereas in SDL, the mouse is all one thing, and the keyboard is all one. Multiple keyboards is one keyboard, right? So this is the selling point of what we've done here. I don't know what else really. Yeah, I think we have the key code and scan code thing is a bit nicer. Like the key code, or sorry, the key code means SDL scan code in our thing, and virtual key code means key code in SDL. But yeah, that thing is just the same enumeration. It's just a remapping from the physical key and a QWERTY keyboard layout to then the virtual key code, which respects whatever your key. So in the Colmac keyboard layout, basically, right, which is what we use. So whatever your respective keyboard layout is. So that is a bit nicer because SDL is like a char character for some reason, which is a bit silly in my opinion. Also, the gamepad action, how this is different from SDL, is every single action, including these analog sticks, right? So the analog sticks have like an up is a separate action than the down, and the left is a separate action from the right. So there's 4 different actions here. And they both give a float value, which is a normalized value from 0 to 1. So that'll be 0, that'll be 1 going down on that stick. And why is this great? Because then we can remap. It's very nice and easy to remap. And there's a power value associated to the analog sticks, right? From 0 to 1, and whereas buttons just get 0 or 1 as they get pressed in. So I think this is a nicer thing on top of that I prefer compared to SDL. And we have the ability to get the virtual cursor or the virtual mouse, which is like the OS mouse, different from actual raw mouse events as well. So when we have like editor UI, we can use the OS mouse, whereas if we want to use like precise mouse controls, we use the raw mouse, individual mouse, basically. But yeah, that is basically the pros against SDL. I'm actually trying to hone my management skills. It's just a fun hobby. We'll see where it takes me. Nice. Have you delved into the world of HID yet? So I didn't want to do... So I don't know what people mean by HID sometimes. But yeah, we use UDEV so we can get the USB devices. But we don't directly communicate with the USB device and receive a USB packet. We avoided that thing specifically because we would have to know the encoding directly of each USB device, and that is effort. Whereas the kernel already does that translation for you into EVDEV on Linux, so we just use that and let the kernel driver do that conversion for us, like it should do, really, right? It's what the whole point of an operating system kernel. But yeah, I guess if we want to get very specific data, like use the very specific features like these things here, these are triggers, adaptive triggers, you might have to do the HID stuff. But I looked at the SDL stuff and it's like 1,500 lines of code, right? If you look for HID, API, PS5, you'll get the SDL code and you can see how to do it. They basically look at the kernel and figure out how the packet is laid out, and then they get all their enumerations and read it all out. It's like 1,500 lines of code, and then they've only got like, I guess they use EVDEV by default or whatever, and then if they have a better, a userland driver for it, basically they would. So they've got like PS5, PS4, PS3, Nintendo, Switch controller, Steam controller, the Wii, 360. So it's a lot of work. So if we wanted to get better support, we could do something like that. Thank you so much, Meatball1. Thank you, sir. Yeah, I love this shirt too. It's like my best shirt. I need to get more of these, right? Because I've only got this one that I really like. Let's go and splash that money. Yeah, splash that money I don't have, basically, yeah. Did I manage to get the dev thingy above, or did you resort to HID? Yes. So basically what did the Bunny Montana is we basically, when we boot up the game, we go, hey, if your user isn't part of the input group, then we basically give you the command to add yourself to the input group. And I wanted to avoid this because I was like, the operating system has set it up for a reason this way. And then I realized that the operating system has set it up for a really dumb way. And it's so basically, like, what made me change my mind is the accelerometer. So the game controller, which is this one, worked without the input group, but as soon as I wanted to read the accelerometer stuff back, it was saying permission denied. I needed it to be root or part of the input group. I was like, this. So we just require the user adds themselves to the input group, and they can read any event back. So this unlocked it, so we can just read back directly using evdev, right? These device nodes, and read back the input events directly. So we've done that now. So here's the one for the touchpad, for instance, where we can just read directly using that file descriptor from that event 15 or whatever, and just use these input events and just do it this way. Yeah, and we deleted the older X input 2 code, which did it in a very hacky way. And this is far better, actually. I'm glad we made this switch. So we didn't resort to the HID in the end. Oh, you're an expert on HID. Nice, a professional expert. Cool. You should try to extract the code into a library. Nah. That's the problem, is libraries. That's the whole point of this project, is getting a new perspective of what happens if you wrote a code specifically for a game. So this means this code isn't complete waste, right? We've kind of written this on top of the operating system stuff, and guess what doesn't change much? Operating systems. Well, some operating systems don't change, but anyway, the idea is when we write a new game, we can just copy and paste this code, but we can change it as when we please. So the problem is, if you have it into a library, there's many problems, right? I can't have a core file which has, for instance, all my custom memory stuff. So I've got like temporary allocators in here, right? That's just part of my game, and I can just use those anytime I want. I've got like my whole maths library here, so I can do some nice stuff with vectors. I've got, there's just so much code in this code base, which makes it more simple. If I put it into a library, I've got to generalize it. But what library gives you is code reuse. Well, it's like, well, the code reuse is by just taking this project, copy pasting it, and all of that. And the problem is with code reuse as well is if I change it, I have to test it across every project that uses it, and I might break that project by changing it. Whereas if I just leave the code alone, it doesn't break. So yeah, this is the thing we're trying to get away from, is like, the perspective we're trying to learn here is basically like, don't make an engine, don't make libraries, and just write it all from scratch directly on top of the operating system, and just see how it goes, and try not to overcomplicate things along the way. Oh, please stand up. Sorry, Meeple One. I was getting there in the chat. Here it is, sir. I'll give you a spin as well. Yeah, it's all up the arms. My one gripe with it, though, is this seam here. They weren't, it's right where people see it as well. They didn't sort of line it up, which is a shame. But, the rest of it's pretty great. Very interesting solutions. Definitely does look nice. What would the Windows equivalent be for evdev? So that's where I don't know so much about it, but I have been speaking with like Nordillo in the chat, which and Mrs. and Joe Mega as well. But these guys suggest, well, we've been over it. There's like X input, not X input 2 on Linux, right? It's a different one. X input on Windows, which you'll be able to search for a lot easier. There's raw input, and there's something that came out later and then got deprecated, which is called, oh my days. It's called direct input. So direct input is what you don't want to use, but X input is what you should use, but it has limitations. Raw input, apparently what I've heard, is kind of like the layer underneath direct input, which is still there. You know, so raw input should be used for mouse and keyboards, apparently, but for gamepads, I've been told it's not a good idea. But then the only thing to do other than that is either use X input and have a restriction of 4 game controllers, which is probably not bad, but I think there's other restrictions as well. But the problem with raw input apparently is that sometimes the L1 and L2 buttons can't be both pressed at the same time because they're basically polar. They're polar. They're a 1D value, right? Rather than like 2 different values. This is what I've been told. So I'm going to investigate that on the PlayStation 5 controller. Because if you can't do that, the only other thing you can do is go on a layer underneath and get the HID raw input stuff. So we're going to have a play, and I don't know. But yeah, we'll start with keyboard mouse and we'll do gamepad. Yeah, you can use X input. I think X input is a good fallback option, and we might just fall back onto that for gamepads, possibly. But we'll see. So got a whole bunch of renaming. So just being explicit with the raws here. I love the explicitness. Ooh. I missed one. Right, type touchpad. Type raw touchpad. Yeah, the reason why I was doing the raw prefix is because mouse and keyboard will get confusing. So that's fine. Raw keyboard, type keyboard. Type raw. And then type input. Wait, type key. Type text, that's it. Text input. Get the UTF-8 key presses. Type gamepad. Type accelerometer. We'll be plugging that in very soon. We've got time to do that today, which is awesome because I'm wrapping up today. Right, so now I just got to replace all these. So it's just type underscore, put some rules in there. Okay, so let's plug that all. Oh, we didn't change the implementations of these. That is fine. Q underscore, let's go up here and just get it ready. So Q raw. How far are we going? Raw, and that's it. So there's one name which is a little bit crap. It's called like virtual cursor. We'll call it virtual mouse because it's called virtual mouse underneath. So we're gonna make sure we get rid of the word cursor, basically. I don't know why I didn't see that, but anyway. Vert mouse. Just look for the word cursor. Vert mouse. And we're there. There we go. So let's fire that away. What have we done? Show mouse. Did we? What? Mouse show. So we need. So in the header file for this, it used to be cursor, right? Okay. Yep. Mouse. 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 Very nice. Okay. Right, let's just make sure that all still works, and then we'll do accelerometer. So, got some keyboard key presses. They're still working, so we get some virtual key presses, key releases, and yeah, we should really prefix them with raw. Then we'll do this printing, these prints. So really should prefix that with raw. Printf raw. Raw virtual. No, that's not right. Raw input is indeed also an option, but then you need to remap the Windows events yourself, if I recall correctly. Again, non-expert. Yeah, I'm very unfamiliar with that. But I think... Oh, wait, so you... Oh... So if I heard you correctly, what you're thinking is raw input means you have to then do the... You can't have both. Hopefully you can. Hopefully you can. We'll see. I've got some example code from Nadillo in my Discord, so I'm gonna go and look at those, which would be good. You can have both. That's good. Excellent. Got some hotcode reloading. Oh, you got it working today. Very nice. Yeah, that's something we want to do as well. So probably after the input is done, or sorry, maybe after the UI, because I want to like get out of doing engine stuff and just do some graphics on the screen, right? Because we've got a GPU abstraction, so I want to do just a little bit of graphics. We'll do some 2D UI, I think. But yeah, hotcode reloading is definitely going to be a good feature. And I know some people don't like it because if you change the data types, it doesn't work. But I think there's a lot of cases where you'll be in a game and it's just nice to change something. And I want to get it working for my shaders as well, so GPU and CPU, hotcode reload. I love compiling kernel from my Vision 5 2 board. You guys have both got the Vision 5 2 board. Nice. How long does it take to compile? Like half an hour? Right. Yes, we've got the touchpad hooked up, Nadillo. Look at this. Oh yeah. With absolute positionings, you know exactly where on the touchpad you've got it. Also, it gives you like touch events where the mouse, it knows when your finger's on it, when your finger's off it, and also when you press it. Amazing. Gamepad all hooked up. Yeah, what else are we missing? Nothing much. Got the scroll wheel. Did you know it can detect 2 touch positions? Yeah, I tried it out and I was like, I'm not supporting this, but it can do this. I was like, I was looking at it, um, and it's easy to support, but I was like, I don't want to design the high level API for it because I just don't want that complication. 'Cause I don't think my game is going to have that much complication. But it's not. It's interesting to be like, you know, to leave the door open for like, oh, I know the dimensions of the touchpad and I know exactly where the finger is inside here. So you could have some gameplay elements there. I don't know. I've just left the door open for that one. But yeah, the two finger thing on this little tiny thing. Oh, it just seems weird. Two finger scrolling. But yeah, I think we're good there. Right, so accelerometer, we've got time for that today. That's really good. I haven't tested the hide and show. We should do a git diff over the whole thing and see what we've added. Because we've been a bit naughty and not been committing the code, which has not been very nice. Did you get that? We're getting that all commit today. To be honest, I would use it as a way to move the cursor. As a way to move the cursor to have easy navigation or something. Yeah. Yeah, I think it'd be good. Yeah, I think like a lot of the ways the games on an actual place. Oh, what have I done with my camera? Damn it. Get a nice side view of me. I noticed my camera the light was off and I wasn't being spied on. I was like, oh, it's broken. But yeah, I noticed that the games. Anyway, this is my personal opinion. The games on the PS5. I don't know. I feel like as a user, it's this touchpad, even on the PS4, is always used in a very sort of like weird way, where it's like, oh, if you touch the left hand side, it will do this. If you touch the right hand side, it will do that. But you never get told without maybe digging through in options or or you just get shown a controller and you got to like look at it with like a bunch of little text lines coming towards and say this is for that, this is for that. And yeah, it's always this just feels weird being some sort of like opaque thing that just does a whole bunch or so. But yeah, I think for a PC's perspective, where you can just use it as a nice way just to move the mouse and just click on something that's not very accessible is pretty decent. Or maybe I know in like Destiny they had like a cursor, so maybe if you could like move that cursor. I don't know about how Destiny works, but they had that sort of cursor interface. Maybe if you can use that for that, it'd be quite interesting. But yeah. I think people are traditionally quite lazy when they use that touchpad in games. And it'd be nice if they were better. Gotta run, catch you in a bit. Benham's Hanno, thank you for coming by. Never managed to get used to gamepads at all. Feel completely foreign and alien. But yeah, I like the game. I like gamepads because I've been playing consoles since I was a little kid. Like, started on the Sega Mega Drive. But I think, yeah, but the reason why I like the gamepads as an adult is that I spent all my time around a keyboard. And that's basically it, And I just like the break from the keyboard. Right, let's find the accelerometer. So the accelerometer and gyroscope is a weird thing. They don't give you a boolean to say, oh, it's got a gyro. And so thank you. You've just been super useful to me. Not. So you have to query some things about it as well. So really, if we find this accelerometer set bit set, that means purely accelerometer, but there's probably also a yes, I think we've got it detected, right? We've already got it detected, but we need to get the min and max. So what number is this? This is event 20. So if I run AV test on event 20, it gives us all the bells and whistles. The problem is that it runs right away, and it just prints out a bunch of values. See, maybe we've got enough time, we should do this timestamp thing and put timestamps in the event, because that might be useful. But yeah, it's just a bit of over-engineering maybe. But yeah, these are the ones that get used, right? There's ABS, there's ABS only, right? You get positional X, Y, and Z. So you got a min and a max here. We've got to get that as a fuzz. I forgot what that means. And then there's a RX, Y, and Z. So what are these, right? This is the accelerometer. This is the gyro. Yep. So I don't know how this hooks up, basically. So I might have to read and see some sample code. But one thing I do know is we need to get these values back. And I know how to get those values anyway. So it seems like if you just leave it still, if for some reason the Z is moving, on the rotation, and these things just seem to be moving for some, and I don't know why. Is this even like, does this even work? I know there's like that SDL test application, which I think, let's see. Yeah, but no, but that's not a good test because they don't use EVDev. I was going to say, let's use that SDL test application just to see how it looks from their end, but they didn't use this API. So they've got a bunch of like negative whatever. So if this is accelerometer, oh, this is absolute positioning, isn't it? It's not relative positioning. Fine. So this is in 3D space at some, right. So I guess when I connect it and disconnect it, it's tracking itself in 3D space somehow, but it probably isn't precise. So if I disconnect it and reconnect it, I imagine it will reset and be like, this is 0, right? So I'm just going to put this down on the desk and connect it and keep it still, and we'll see what it is. So I've just connected it. So if I run EV test on it now, I guess the answer is no, because it's still got like 8,000 in there. So can I hold buttons and get it to reset? I just held the options key there. No, I see some 8,000s in there, you see. It might be good to read up on some pages about this. Although I'm not sure if I'd ever need an accelerometer, right? Or a gyro. So is it worth me investing this time at all for this? Because I think it would just be added dev time, right? So if the game idea need, like, accelerometer and gyro, they're useful for like, oh, I swing the controller up, I swing the controller to the side. Unless you have a way of tracking it with a camera, they're not really good for precision things at all, right? The information. Gyro is interesting if you have a first person shooter, right? Maybe some people like the adjustment, you know, the apparently the analog sticks are not sort of as precise as a mouse. So what is apparently good is the gyro is very is more precise than the analog sticks. So you can make little adjustments with the rotation of the controller, which means you have to kind of keep still, but you know. So maybe it's interesting if we have a first person shooter in a way to have that support in the game is probably good. But I don't know if we're doing first person shooter yet. So it's probably best if we skip it, you know, because we're skipping Rumble at the moment. So, you know, and we've got basic gamepad controls, and this is what I wanted to, so when we do some dev work, I can just take a little break from the keyboard and mouse and just have a, you know, when we test stuff out, I can just pick up the gamepad and do something different with my hands. So I think we'll skip it for now, but we have taken a look into it and really understand quite a lot about it. So when we have like accelerometer and gyro, I think it's best if we just remove it. You know what? We'll keep it around, but I think we'll stick in an assert, and we'll just say unimplemented. Yeah. And then if we need it, we'll just go and do the work. Right. So now we've just cut out on some work to do. What is the next best thing we can do in this code base? So we can test out that show and hide thing. Right, so we did virtual mouse, show, and virtual mouse hide. So these things are... Right, did this thing ever get used? So I added this flag for the sole reason of like, you know, if... Because this thing here... I did this thing for the reason of like, only do this if this flag is not set. Right, if it's not... Oh, if it is hidden, okay, we'll keep that though. Oh, then it's just... this is all wrong. So this one wants to say and not. Whereas this one wants to be or. Right, remove the fact that it's hidden. So this one has to be if it is hidden, you can do that. Cool. So that's in the back end, and the back end is simply just warps the cursor to the center of the screen, of the window, and then don't limit it with inside the bounds of the window, and then redefine the cursor again. So let's show the cursor. Untrap. Okay. So I'm hoping this works. Fingers crossed. So I want to get a nice little command just in case we fail. So x11 show or hide cursor command. So I don't do with X in it though. Hello, how's the engine going? Do you have cross-platform input ready to go? Hey there, Rust compiler. Yeah, so for the engine side of this game-specific engine, we've got it all done. For the input side of things on Linux, we are going to be doing it for Windows on the next streams. Obviously, I can't start this stream, but yeah, we're basically finished. We just did some tidy ups, can get the code committed, so for people who have access to the code, they'll be able to download it, have a play. But yeah. So the abstraction is done. If you have any specific questions, though, I'll happily answer those specific questions if you have any. I'm wondering how they... Right, so we can do set prop. Yeah, that's in it to say... Right. So we have a high possibility that this thing could not be shown again. And then I would just not be using a cursor. Well... Yeah, I don't know if this is going to be good. So they have this thing called unclutter. Oh, you can run X server. Interesting. Command X. No, 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 no. Save it, restart. No, 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 no. Okay, so maybe it's not good to test this API. I'll test it off stream and see if it works. Because I think I can hide my cursor and then I've just lost it if I can't show it again. But I could write code to show it again. I've just got to use the term, nothing but, yeah. Use input as a remote server. What do you mean by that? But yeah. So let's do a git diff on the project. And let's just get a gist of what we've got going into this commit now, because we've done a whole bunch. So we should remove that X. We're not using X input X input 2 anymore, are we? Right? So we should remove that. Linux was made for servers, right? So input server is around server architecture. Yeah. Well, yeah, there's the X server, right? So it just means that it just runs on a different process. But the benefit is you can do your X server across, like you can have the X server running on another computer and the client and you send it to a client, like do remote desktop basically. So it's quite funny. It's quite fun. Windows probably works their way under the hood. Hey Valor. Not showing fun content on stream. Will this be posted on GitHub? Will this be posted on GitHub? No, it's on GitLab. But it's if anyone's a subscriber on Twitch, or if they are a member or supporter on have a membership on Ko-Fi, which is a much better way to support for me. Same price. you'll get access to the code, and you can just download it, look at it, compile it, have a play, and see how things work. All the info is there. It's also down below if you take a look. But yeah, I'll be updating it very, very soon. I hope to be not taking this many. Yeah, I haven't updated it for like 20 days, which has been really bad, and I apologize for that. I should have updated it earlier. But this one is going to come with all the input stuff in now, and it's going to be super, super sweet. Oh, the position. We didn't finish the position stuff, that mouse position. So we used to have mouse position. We've got to refactor, we've got to change that. So in the mouse, right, the raw mouse stuff, you don't get position, it's relative coordinates. But I decided to like initially put like a position in the OS layer for the mouse and just have it behind the scenes. But then I did the touchpad, and the touchpad is not relative position, it's like an absolute position within this area, right? So then it was confusing and like, and I've got like this virtual mouse, which is the OS mouse that you move around, and that actually works with a absolute position within the mouse, within the window space. So basically I need to sort that problem out. So the position is not being tracked. Like, I could track the position within the mouse, but then the issue with that is the trackpad will be different, right? The position is position in trackpad space, but not display space. So we're removing that from the mouse. So that means the event that you get back in the public code, we kind of want to know, is the mouse hidden or not as well? Should we get that sorted out? Quickly event mouse. If not hidden. Why did I say not equal? Oh. Right, if not hidden, bam. Cool. Right, what else do you want to check? So the problem with the events is that it's a little bit inconsistent. We should probably have virtual mouse move, but then like gamepad. Sorry, keyboard. So like this position, should that be 0? Yeah, it's 0, isn't it? So when I say like 0, 0 for raw, and then display, but is in display space for virtual. And then you say like, you know, for virtual mouse, so is null, okay, well, is null when virtual mouse, something like that. So I guess we'll just share that thing. So we'll say this is in touchpad space. Null when virtual keyboard. Does your code for a new license will be called to use parts of it? Um, so the current license is like it's a custom one, and it's basically saying like um, it's basically saying like you can use it for like educational purposes, but it's like I want to protect myself from like because I actually want to release this thing. I want to protect myself from people literally just copy and pasting the whole project and just releasing it. But if you're just taking like little like aspects of it and learning from the code and how to use the APIs underneath, or maybe learning how to abstract something or whatever, I wouldn't mind if parts of it are copied, right? Just little bits or whatever. Um, but in terms of like the whole thing, um, you know, it's that's yeah. So yeah, it's under a license where it's like you can learn from it, but just don't copy paste the whole thing and ship the same product. Basically, you know what I mean. So obviously the lines are a bit blurry, but yeah, you know. Um, yeah, it's kind of like the GPL, right? Like people go and read the code about a GPL code, and the amount of like commercial companies that probably like literally copy a lot of GPL code, um, it's weird. There's a weird blurry line there between what is like actually stealing and what is like just learning from, you know, weird. But yeah, but yeah. Yeah, it's a shame. It's a shame we live in a world where we can't just give stuff away for free. I do really like that. I got my whole compiler, HCC, C2SPIV compiler for GPUs, completely open up on GitHub. Um, but I want this to be like a commercial product, so it's just weird, isn't it? Um, but yeah. Um, cool. So yeah, I think we solved that problem. You know, I think that's fine. I could have done a separate structure here, but it would just be even more confusing because the key one won't need it, so you don't say raw key. And it would just be creating a ton more substructures. So I think that's just good enough as it is. Right, let's read through some more of these diffs, and then we'll get this thing commit up. So more diffs, please. So I mean, it would piss you off if you worked hard and somebody just sells your code to make money. But then again, can you make money just by selling specific code? Yeah. So, you know, this by doing this, we kind of have the same problem as someone making like a DRM free game. Um, like they can just take it, copy it, and give it to send it to someone and all this, even though the license sort of says you can't do that. Um, what else? So we need to remove position from raw here because there's just no point having it. But yeah, it does. Yeah, so it kind of has the same problem as that, but also making it really easy to build means that people, if I was to sell, I have to be careful when it becomes to the point where I actually sell the product. I might have to sort of like I might just bundle the source code with the product, or um, because people could just start, they could maybe just subscribe, and then they'll get the late access to the latest code, and then just compile it, and then like get around paying full value for it. So I have to think about a strategy around that when it comes to it. But yeah, the idea with the code as well is like you get to keep, if you were to subscribe or anything, you get to keep access to every, that you get access to every prior version of it. And ideally, you could share any modifications with people who have the source code as well. So it's not restricted in any that way, so people could modify it. As it turns more into a game, right, and people want to just like make little mods to it. But yeah, okay, we fix that. But yeah, I don't feel like there's a problem though. Again, to the other part of that question, if someone came along and sold the code, right? Because I'm sitting here working on it. It's gonna have branding in it or whatever. People will understand that I make it. You know, the code is cheap. It's not expensive. It's it is a monthly subscription or whatever. But it can't be sold for any cheaper, basically, and someone random on the internet is going to be very, they basically all give away for free, and they can't really make money off it. And already have a viewer base. They don't have so it'd be quite hard to compete against that, I reckon, anyway, as it is. Okay, so it doesn't print out that anymore. Let's do some more diffs. Right, so we've added this input device thing. They can get access to that. Can't make money with game engine as software these days. So it's either you do it as open source, ask donations for good work, and keep it yourself, or keep it yourself and publish your own games. Yeah, well, Unreal Engine has it open source, kinda. Its source is open, but it's not open source. But I don't think you're making a lot of money off of donations, to be honest. I think if you're one of the big ones like Godot, for some reason, has got big. Probably because people want a simpler Unity, and by having a new product, it is inherently simple. But then, as it goes on, it will just become as complicated as Unity as time goes, right? And they can obviously make money off donations because they become big. But as things scale, they probably have to do more commercially things, right? But yeah, yeah. So I'm trying to do something as like an educational type of series, or sort of give because I have like a following of developers, so trying to give access to code for developers, basically, and so they can sort of learn from it, or follow along, that sort of thing. But as time goes on, it could attract more of a player base. If it close, the closer we move to releasing it, people being interested in the actual game itself, right? Potentially. And then that is closer towards selling a product rather than an engine, isn't it? Yeah, people want something easy to approach. They don't care about the latest ray tracing tech if they can't use it easy. Yep. I don't agree with what you're saying, but I'd say the drive behind Godot is so different from the Unity Corp. That is a lot of reason. Yeah, that's an added. Yeah, that's some aspect I didn't really think about actually. Yes, open source, isn't it? Anyway, is that what you're saying? Yeah, open source is what it's leading to, isn't it? It's got an open source culture and everything. Have they got like yeah. Yeah, it's very OOP, isn't it? Yeah, I couldn't get along with the scripting language, but I think for people who are just like picking up and learning and they've come from an OOP environment, it's probably quite understandable. And to be fair, the documentation in it was quite good. You can see a method, get the docs in there. It was quite well laid out when I tried it out for a bit to see what it was like. Input device. We still got the music going. It's probably that's one out. Yep, wide and fine. I remember that. That's good. Here's all our new events. Look at all these lovely events. We went from mouse moved. So I did do some keyboard stuff, right? I just didn't do it. I just did a lot more work now. So we've got like multiple devices hooked up and raw key presses, virtual ones, right? So that's pretty nice. All those changes. We could make start on a logger today, right? But we'll just maintain a different branch of the code. So we could start on a logger today if we get this in, I think. Because I think I'm just about to commit this. Still a couple of hours, you know. So then we could start on a nice little logger. We could do a simple logger. And I'll show you my inspiration because... and we'll start from there really. We'll keep it simple. Because on Windows, the problem is printf doesn't work because we've got a GUI application. And yeah, it's a bugger, basically. We can't use printf from what I remember. We've got to use output debug string or something like this. So it'd be good to get a bit of a general logger system in and get, you know, get it wired up. Right, I'm happy with that. Godot is very data oriented underneath the physics. Rendering is pure, or pure just the. I don't know if I. Yeah, the script. Honestly, the scripting language is very, like, just the way some of it's done is like, yeah, it's just as a systems developer, I'm just like, you know, but if you're saying like underneath like there's actual subsystems and stuff, like how the way they're implemented is very optimized, sure, that's really cool. Yeah, that's cool. But yeah, as a new person, it's probably ideal, right? Okay, so let's get this bad boy in. Let's do a quick little status. Get my gits in. Right, I think that ought to be good enough. So git add dot. Got to be careful with git, you see. You're one keystroke away from just blowing up everything up, you know. Right. So we've basically, you know, we've added hot plugging. So we've like finished input device API and Linux implementation. Basically, it will go underneath and just do a little. So this is input device hot plugging, multiple key like mouse, keyboard, and gamepad support. multiple instances of mice, keyboards, and gamepads. What else have we done, which is pretty cool? We've got support for raw events and virtual events. So we've got raw, mouse, keyboard, mouse and keyboard events, and virtual mouse and keyboard events, which is pretty nice. Yeah, I think that's just a good gist of what's going on. Just do the versions are pretty literally safe as the regular. Yeah, I'm not talking about that around, so I'm talking about like printf generally doesn't work when you have a, when you define win main, so you don't allocate a console. So I think you have to allocate a console and then it works. So I just want to set up a logging system that we'll just use anyway, and that will do the correct thing on the platform, But yeah, I see what you're saying though. That S version thing is annoying. Partially the open source / less profit driven. Yeah, and also like Godot is like an engine thing rather than an ad company or whatever that Unity's trying to be, isn't it? It's nice in general, but in my opinion, a lot of Unity's downfall is because they're trying to build so many of the AA, AAA companies. There's a huge mess of render pipelines, and overall, what Unity are actually focused on, that Godot just meets the needs of the people. Like true native cross-platform extensibility and so on. Cool. Unity as a company isn't focused on games at all. They just want to sell ads. There you go, that's it. Just like Google. Yeah. Yeah, Unity is very complicated. Like they've reached the scaling problem, right? Where they've just got legacy they're trying to get rid of, and also trying to appeal to everybody at the same time. Yeah. That's cool, Ransel. No worries, my friend, no worries. And also choosing different languages for different needs. GD scripts is for newer devs, C# for also for gameplay, and just C++, which is maximizing performance there on. Yeah, I don't know. I got opinions against that. Like, whenever you add another language to a project, in my opinion, it doesn't improve anything. Like, the whole project should be in one language. Everything. Build system, gameplay code, engine code, scripting code, shader code, everything. One language. Then there's less technical BS going on. Communicating between languages is a lot of BS. Always a lot of crap that goes on, and you have to build whole systems that generate other code just because you've used a different language. Yep. So basically, one language, you get share code. It's amazing. Most companies don't make money from engine itself, but games they release, plus software keeping. Well, they do make money, right? They make more money on their game that they sell because they don't pay rights for another engine. Yeah, you reduce dependencies. Yeah. Because chances are, if you start using Python or something, someone will be like, oh, give me those libraries. And they just start gobbling all those libraries up. And you're like, no. Right. So I should be able to push these buggers up. Oh, wait, we can put a day on here now. Git tag. The last tag I did was like day 6. Can't be. That's a lie. No, that's when I amended it probably. What are we on? Day 22. This is really bad of me. I apologize for people who have been subscribing. I really apologize for this. Right, so we've got the tag on there. So I think I got to do a bash thing. I got to do a dance like this. Like eval. Right. Eval this thing. Just bring up this agent thing. I don't know why this thing never works. I don't know. But this is just the way I do it now. Push origin, please. And with the magic of Git, it gets pushed up. Boom. Right, so those with access to the GitLab, you should be able to go and get that. If the key has changed, oh, I've got to regen a key. I'll do that directly after the stream. Again, I really apologize for being late on uploading this code, but it's all there now. People take a look. Yeah, so if you're going to get access to the code, there she is. You can follow the instructions. But yeah, I prefer Ko-Fi if you guys are going to go through with it all. But thank you so much. Appreciate it. Okay. Let's just do some logging stuff. Let's talk about logging. Let's talk about like a very simple approach that we're going to start with. And talk about what we want to achieve with the logging system as well. All right, I've already gone into it a little bit. But we'll go into a little bit more. Go.4 is a bit slower than, by the way, than 3. The editor feels like a web browser now. Probably something to do wrong. I don't know. Because the problem is the Godot itself is written in Godot. So potentially, I know that they did change the Vulkan to Vulkan there, but I don't know if it would be rendering. But yeah, I think the problem with Godot is the fact that their scripting language just isn't performant. And they've written the whole of Godot in Godot. Or GD script, whatever you call it, so. Yeah. I don't like scripting language mostly for games. The more I can guarantee a compile time, the better. Yeah, that's another thing with it as well, is like when you use like Lua or something, you won't know if you've hit a problem until you hit the code, which is like, it's just so bad. So bad. There are people that exist that prefer dynamic programming languages, and then some people think like that all of the dynamic programming languages are just doing it wrong. And there's a way to do it better. And they're like, but yeah, I just don't understand the viewpoint. But I've heard, yeah, such people exist, I've heard. So yeah, very interesting when I discovered that. Right. So while we're killing time, we're doing a logging system. In the next set of streams, we're doing a Windows port of this input stuff. So for people who are following for Windows, don't you worry. We're doing Windows. We've got a super awesome abstraction now. We're happy about it. Gamepad, it works. Amazing. So logging a system. Why do we need a logging system? So, we can use printf, right? We do. It's great. But on Windows, because we've done a GUI application using WinMain rather than a console app, we could allocate a console, but then that uses the Windows console. As we saw with someone in the chat today, that it was printing out to a console can end up being quite slow sometimes. So basically, oh, and another thing as well is we want to be able to print if in debug, print if you just want to show warnings, print if you just want to show errors, print if you just want to, so we want all these conditional printing things. We want tagged logging, right? Where we can say, oh, if you're in the OS operating system input system, can you, or here's a sort of tag or an enum to say we're in this system, and then we can basically like at the start of the game we can be like, oh, we've got this tag, can we put this out to this file over here, right? Or maybe so we can log out to specific so we can categorically order, like send this log into a specific section somehow. So yeah, there's all these interesting sort of like things we can take away from this log system, right? There are lots of things that can really help us out, just getting information available into a certain place. But you know, people really do overcomplicate logging systems. You know, it's a bit like language strings in a game. I don't know if you've seen any of that code. Oh, my camera went. Here's me making faces, and you can't see my face. All right, my face is back. Thank you so much. So yeah, I don't know. You've probably seen many systems, right, that people do, like UI, language strings, logging, all sorts of stuff. People really overcomplicate these things when they can actually be quite simple. You know, so I'm gonna show you some inspiration of what we want. So I don't know if you know someone called RXI, the man, the myth, the legend, RXI. He does a few good libraries. A few is probably underselling RXI, but he knows how to think simple. So he's got a little logger thing here. He's also got tar, right? So when we want to package stuff up into like a zip, like an archive file, he's got a thing called micro tar, and it's like 400 lines of code. He's got a thing called micro UI, media mode UI, and some other. He made like Light, the text editor, but there's micro tar in here, I swear. So he's written so many things. Here we go. This thing is the bee's knees, right? It's 400 lines of code, and it just zips stuff up. Sorry, but it's not compressed. It's just archiving it to one file, and it's tar compatible, right? So I'll just drop these in the chat as I go. So yeah, I highly recommend checking this guy out. This is what we'll probably be using when we see the implementation is like 400 lines of code. Header file is just like this. I think when I did this, I changed it because it only supports files where I wanted to write it out to memory one time. But it's got this interface here, so it's easily extendable. But yeah. So he's got a logger, and I just want to show you like some inspiration that we'll just take, and then we'll obviously write our own, but just something to look at. Apparently he updated last month, so I don't know how it's changed, but you know, so it's got a simple logging library, and it, you know, I have mixed feelings about this. I like it because it's interesting, like you can print out the file online, but sometimes it's just way too much clutter. You can get to really, you know, you can start to think, oh, I'll add this to it and add this to it, and before you know it, your logs are off the other side, and it limits to having single line logs sometimes. No, well, you could do multi-line, it's not a problem, but yeah, so as an example, you can say like log debug, and you basically print, like it's like printf, and this is, so you have like levels, and basically like fatal is the level which is probably always on, but you can like tune this, right? So you can say at least fatal, or you can say at least warnings, and if you avoid, wait, is that right? Yeah. We'll have to look at the enum. But the idea basically is like if you're at least warnings, then you get warn, error, and fatal. Even if you go higher, you get the lower ones, right? But you have all these different levels. And yeah. So I don't know if this supports going out to different files. So our one's going to be a little bit more complicated. But again, just inspiration, this thing is going to be like quite simple, right? So that's how small the API can be. So also we're thinking about maybe threading as well, multi-threading. How do you handle that? Maybe the design would be you just you have one log per thread. Sorry, maybe the idea is you use you make sure all of your logs go down the same, like they use the same section or whatever, perhaps. I don't know. We'll have to think about that. But there's like a locking mechanism he has in this. So apparently the way he does different files is you have a level for each file, but you can also have a callback for some reason. I don't know why. But yeah. So you basically just have your enum, and you can set the level you want to log at. And it's quite basic. In my opinion, for login, you want log level and category, where each system has its own category, and ideally you have a UI where you can filter categories when you're debugging. Yep. Yeah, that's what I was thinking about doing, is having like a category. And since this is a whole game, and it's just in this game, we're going to be having, that category can just have like anything. Like, it could just be a nice enum, which is good. But yeah, so we can have each system have its own category, which would be pretty sweet. But yeah, it would be good to have some UI where you could say this category can get printed to standard out or inside this UI window if you have it inside your game for some reason, which would be cool. Yeah, it'd be cool. Welcome back, Bono and Tanner. So yeah, as you see, like if you do a simple UI, a simple logging system, it can be quite simple. So we're aiming for around probably 400 lines of code max, right? So we'll see how we go about that. Hope probably be less. But anyway, I'll drop a link in the chat to RxI's little simple thing. So yeah, just we have to think simple. So right. So this logging system, it can just go in core, right? Every system's going to use it, so we have to use the core system. So let's just close all of this. And let's source core H. So we've got the object pool here. I guess we'll just start after the object pool. Let's get this nice little header thing, and we'll just call it logging system or logging. So again, I guess we'll just take the inspiration here and just from here, but definitely doing our own version. So we obviously need this enum where you have like a log level. Keep it super simple. Yeah. Or keep it simple stupid, that's another good one. Or stupid simple. So we probably want to have a very similar thing, right? So trace means you're sort of like really logging the crap out of everything. I don't know if we'll ever have trace, but it might be useful. So we'll stick it in. I don't know if we'll ever use it. Debug. These are usually like if you look at any logging system, these are basically everywhere. Right. And then fatal. Right. KISS, that's it. That's the acronym. So we probably want to have a very sort of like similar set of things, right? We'll just have we'll probably have like a single like core log like an internal thing. So I'm just taking a look at the debugger surgeons. What did we do here? Okay, so core log. So we'll take in like a const char style format. Now we'll do that print args thing as well. Where is that print? So if we go to string format, excellent, this thing. So on this nice little attribute here, which basically does in GCC or Clang, it says that it's basically printf, so you get some good formatting stuff. But obviously you can never format 64-bit integers well because of C. And every platform being annoying and doing it differently. But anyway, that's C for you. So this will start at 1. Yeah, it's a metal band, Kiss. So we'll do like a core log like this, and we'll implement that. And then on top of that, we'll have like a bunch of like core log, trace, fmt. Well, just do va args. Wait, ... Yep, core log. So you want to put the log level in here. Core log level. So that'll be 2, 3 now. So I need to type def this guy. You know what? You have to do it above because you can't do it before. You can't forward declare it, so you have to do it underneath. It's just, yeah, more C stuff. Yeah, so we'll put the log, we won't do log level. So you'll say log level trace, then va args. Very nice. Drop all those in. Trace, debug, info, warning, error, fatal. Debug, info, warning, error, fatal. Okay, so something you want to be able to do is control this level, right? You want to know basically, you want to say core log set level, right? So you're saying like you're enabling all levels up to that certain point, right? So yeah, I don't know which way it should. Yeah, I don't know what way the enum should be around. But yeah, something like that will be fine. Then you want to say like is level set level is enabled. So you pass in the level, get a boolean back. That'd be good. So you can do some check. You might have some complicated logging code, and you can just skip ever doing that, and it can just like the level's not enabled. So that'd be decent. What else? Let's just have a little bit of inspiration here. Right, I don't think there's anything else I want to add there. So we can think about now specific for our system. So I think I can just close this now as inspiration. Oh, Kyrocan, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. How you been? Okay. So, right. So we can imagine like logging from different systems, right? So what we should really do is have another log thing. So as Nadilla was saying, like a category. Um, you know, so really we want like another enumeration, and in another project you would probably have this enum be extendable by the user. But in this project, it really doesn't matter because this is just related for our game. So we can just add new categories to this enum in the core file, and it should be fine. So I don't know if I want to call it a category. We could call it a tag to as a shorter name. So you might have, for instance, OS input or something like that. So yeah, just as a shorter name, really. So we'll probably have like a. So you probably take the tag in after that. So we probably say tag. I don't know if you need at least one argument. I forgot. You do need one argument, isn't it? So I need to say, I think. No, I think you need to do that. Right, so chuck the tag in there. So another problem we got to solve, which we don't have yet, we don't have multi-threading, but we've got to think about it at least, because it's all well and good designing a perfect system that works now, but when something is going to be a problem later, you should really consider it in the design. So multi-threading is a thing; it exists. So how are we going to solve that problem? So you could be like, each tag is only used on one thread at a time, but that could be quite difficult to maintain, especially when the system is complicated. When every system is complicated, that could be quite. So we could just have a mutex per sort of like destination point that you log out to. So the thing is we kind of want to have like. So I think at boot we want to decide, hey, where does this stuff go? And we can do that with. So by default, well, I don't know. This is specific for our game, right? So if this was a general system, you would probably have like a combination of this sort of tag and a level, and you say, well, if I've got this tag and this level, so say for instance debug OS inputs. I want to send these guys out to the file, to this file. Whereas if they're warning OS inputs, I want to send them out to this other file, right? And you don't know what the application needs if it's a general system, right? Whereas this is a over-engineered log, buffer messages for given frame, and flush disk at the end. Is that over-engineered? Because you might have to do that for Windows, isn't it? But yeah, I don't know if we're gonna do that right away though. But you might have to, if you want it to be fast, you might have to do it. But yeah, I don't know if we will need to do that though. But it's very easy to over-engineer it though. Why do you use an enum here? What enum? Which one? Well, the tag one. So I think because this is game-specific code, right? It's not general. Level. Log level is basically like why do you need an enum? It's so you can general. It's so when you call, like the user can configure the level, so they can say, hey, I only want errors to show up. I don't want debug logs to show up in the log. They can set that when they start, but also like so when you implement this function, you can just have the level passed in. Basically, you can pass in the level as an enum. Basically, right? That's the idea. I'm not sure what else. Well, the question is really why have enum here. It's a bit, I don't know, hard to understand. Extern const char star call log level strings. Definitely want get some strings of those as well. Yeah, it's just a shared function, so it's just so we can like not have to write separate implementations, right? But yeah, we run it. So for this game, the way I see it working is a very specific way, I think. So I don't really want to. So I could make a system where we can have like a filter, where we could say, hey, log filter, and you sort of have to initialize with it, or whatever. I could say log level and tag. Go to this file, right? Or go to this memory location, or whatever. You can really over-engineer the crap out of that, right? You can have a general I/O interface, and it can go out over the network for some reason. But I don't think we want to do that. I think what we can do, so we'll just have one log file per tag, right? And that's going to go. So the problem is if you have OS input for a game controller and someone moves these analog sticks, these things go like crazy and they log so much, right? But I don't know if you really want to log this information, but just as an example, maybe you might have a log file per controller. Is that a thing we want, right? Just a thought experiment. Like, someone hooks in this, hooks in that. I think at some level we want to track individual events for like different controls and stuff, but I don't think it needs its whole file, you know what I mean? So I think we'll just have to put, we'll just put like an enum in the file or something, and that should be good enough. But I think like per tag, it gets a file, goes on the system, and we can choose the level how much crap goes in those files based on the level, right? So if we've got really big problems, we go up to debug level or trace. That'd be ridiculous, but yeah, go up debug level, and we get even more stuff in the file. So I think every one of these is backed by a file. I think that'd be a good idea. So these will. What's that game we're making? I don't know yet. I don't want to. We're just getting the core engine part together, finding a graphical art style first. I want to find a graphical style and figure out like what we can do with that, and then make a game around with that as one of the inputs of what is this game. So I want to like be able to picture some things, and get a feel that way. And then also switch from being a coder, being in coding mode, to I need to actually decide on the game now mode and decide on it, rather than sort of deciding on it way before we do all this engineering and then kind of get to it and be like, what was the idea again? Sort of really get close to some prototyping stage, and we can prototype it and then get the feel, understand it all, and then that's the idea. 3D 3D. No problem. Scotch. Oh, it is Skosh. That's a really interesting name to say, Skosh. Why isn't natural scrolling default on Linux laptops? Wait, you mean as if you're pushing down on the page and going in revert, as you're pushing it and going, if you push up, it goes down. Yeah. Yeah. I do like that way of doing it. If you have like a touchpad and you're like, but yeah. So I think every one of these buggers gets a file, right? And then maybe there's an option to sort of like make it go to standard out, right? And maybe we can compile that in. And we can hotcode reload that, because it could just be an array of static data, right? And we just hotcode reload, and then we can just change the logging. How amazing would that be? I don't have hotcode reload yet, but we could equally make it some UI and enable the logging, re-enable the logging at runtime anyway. So by default, nothing logs to standard out or some general console, but we can always get it to go there anyway. I've also got shader logs as well. Yeah, so we've got shader logging, right? We've got a shader printf. Kind of want that to go out to a file somewhere. Do we want that to go? Yeah, but this one you don't want to go out to a file. You want to see it in, or do you? Because it prints out so much crap. Sometimes you just want to see it. Oh no, you want it to go out to a file, but then we want to use a program. I forget which this is. There is a program that you can use on Linux where you just view the latest contents of the file, and we can just have them open in a tab and you can just see them. And that would be really cool. Yeah, that would be really great. So everything is backed by a file. I don't think we want to do standard out ever, right? And I think it'd be amazing. So, right. So we'll just basically have like a tag file path. Let's go over all the tags. And this will just be in the core system, right? This is a bit of like a leaky abstract. Well, it's not leaky. It's a bit of a leaky abstraction, right? We hard code in specific. This knows about the fact that we have a graphic system, or in a way, well, it's sort of meta knowledge of how the thing works. It's not hard links through like code, but it's kind of like we're aware of like there's these systems, but it's fine. It's not hard links. So it's more of like a soft link. So I think it's fine. But yeah. So I think this is, what about threading? So for threading, we'll just we could do a mutex in the future per tag, right? This is gonna be so easy to implement. It's just fixed. That's gonna be amazing. Let's just go. Yeah, I think threading's not a problem because we're not doing some like complicated thing, and we can just lock it on the tag. Right. Here we go. Let's go. So basically we just want to like have some, I have this internal file. I'd just like to keep internal API and structures in a separate file. Core log. So wait a minute. There's no core system anywhere where we have any core things going on. Right, we need a global variable. I don't like the idea of it being a separate thing, but fine. Extern core log, g core log for global. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to have like a log tag. It's like a file that we're logging out to or something. Tag file, I guess. So you basically just have an array of these tag files, and guess what? It's fixed. Based on this. That's the assumption we're making. Tag files. You probably just stick like a mutex in the tag file at some point, but we need to like have a way of writing out. We might use the standard C side of things. C file thing, but I'm usually not a big fan of that one. Yes, pushing up goes up, in my opinion, is disgusting. Tail. How's that tail? Yeah. Like, yeah, it's on a touchpad, but on a mouse. Yeah, mouse is good. I don't know why. I think it's because I had like a MacBook Pro for a bit. I just got, you know. Yeah, it's a constant value. So the beauty is, Sammy Hacker. So that's 0, that's 1, because that's just the way enums work, right? 0, 1, then that'll be 2. So that just tells us we've got 2 here. So, and the beauty is about an enum is enums are basically constant. So if people are C++, right? No C++. Basically enums are like const expression, right? So you can do there's some hacks that you can do. Like they're a way of like storing a constant integer in an actual language known thing rather than being a define, basically, in the preprocessor. But yeah, it's constant value. Wasn't that... Wait, isn't that core? Yeah, sorry, I don't get the question then. I don't get the question. So I think we'll just roll with standard C IO. You know, I'm really not a fan of this API. Pile of crap, but it's buffered, right? It does the buffering for us. We can just get it done. Just get it done. So just roll with that. Gonna do it the scrub way. Let's do it. Include. So another here's another pro tip. If you define your system headers or your dependencies below your internal headers, you'll find more bugs. You'll find more, like, if I did this above here, file would be defined by the time this thing is included. But if I do it below, it won't be. So if there's a use of file in that header, and like it would mean you get your includes around your headers more often, basically. Well, this Go.C++ windowing code is so hard to follow around. A lot of abstractions inheriting from common window and this and that. Amazing. It's fine. You just, you get open Visual Studio, follow it in the debugger. What's the problem? Hit F12 and go to the wrong place. What's the problem? I think I get it. It's a way of count. It's a way to count how many tag types automatically. Yeah, that's right. Yep. So I think we'll just open up a file like that. Yeah. So basically, we need a way to initialize the core log system. So core log init. So it's just going to be a void guy, so we'll do that. So it's going to be like stupid simple, right? Let's do a for over all of these guys, index 0, core log tag count. And all we're going to do is open up the files, and if we fail to open, we should probably disable the log, right? So we just set it to null. So we've got to use fopen and all of that crap. So let's do these first, and then because then you get a bit of an idea of what's going on. So these are nice to get a 6 at t's. So we can print that in the log. This one 2 at t's. So this will just need to be. So if we talk about these logs, right, where do they want to go? So we've opened up the game. Now our game, and this is where we've got to, we might have to have some sort of like virtual file system at some point, because there'll be like a packaged run and there'll be like a in dev mode run. So really, it would be nice. It would be nice to have maybe like a virtual file system, but I don't know how much. Yeah, for now we'll skip it. For now we'll obviously skip it, but yeah, in future we'll come back and do it. So we'll go and build. Right, you kind of want to know based on where the game is, but in build we'll have a folder. We'll call it logs, and they just go in there, right? So maybe what we do is, rather than saying path, we could just have the names of the logs, and then we'll just make the path itself. Right, so then again, it just becomes something like this. And then we can have some virtual file system, whatever, and just figure out where that all goes. So basically what we're going to do is have a nice little buffer somewhere, and it's just going to be called path. Let's say 256 worth of it. What did you type when you did 6 at something to generate that? So I've just got a macro. In Vim. So if you know anything about Vim, you can record macros. So basically you press Q and then press a letter. And then, so mine is T. So I press Q, T, and then it starts recording. It records all of your key presses, and then you press Q again and then you stop. So what I usually do is I record me changing one line into what I want it to change, and then I go down a line and I go to the start of the line again, and then I press Q to stop it. And then I can just basically repeat that as many times as there is lines that I want to do. So I say 6 lines at T, and then it will just fire it off, and it does it 6 times. Yeah, the beauty is about Vim, you can record it. and it stays saved between sessions, so you can just keep just don't re-record it again, and then it just stays there. So I've got one for S for switch statements, and I've got one for T for these statements. So it's proper cool. You can do it for so many things, but I probably can do some more. But yeah. So we're going to do an sn printf into the buffer. So it's going to basically be build, because I just run it from, I just run it. The working directory is wrong. Log name.txt. So the name is call names. Yeah, it's dope, man. It's amazing. Yeah, there's so much stuff about Vim where you just gotta find it out. It's everything. It's all hidden. You just gotta find it out. See how other people do things or search for things. Boom, 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 boom. So we should probably make the directory. I don't know. Do we have make directory somewhere? I don't know if we have one. So I think I've done this in the. So I need to go OS, back in the OS layer. So we're gonna do like a file read all. So we'll do like a make directory. So we have this in HCC, I think. HCC source core make directory. I don't think it does it recursively. cmkdir. So I think it returns a no ent. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think it does it recursively. It's the problem. Yeah, you got to do it yourself, basically. Fair play. So anyway, that's not a problem for us. But anyway, we want something like this. So here's one I made earlier. Ta-da! So we're just going to implement this very specifically in OS Linux. We're going to find the file read all. So here I did ifdefs. We're not doing ifdefs anymore. Doing separate files. Cool. mkdir. Well, we need the mkdir thing. mkdir is stat, sys stat. Cool, got that boy in there. There you go, all good. And the next one is in source OS Windows. So OS Windows is really not in good shape, is it? So yeah, we need to do some reorganization. We do the input code. Next stream there's gonna be some reorganization. Right, so let's get the make. I guess that's just in Windows.h like everything is, right? Okay, it's fine. No biggie, no biggie. Right, so now I've got a make directory thing. So I'll make it if it doesn't exist, basically, right? So that's all nice. So we can just do make directory. When we boot up, hey, can you make that build log directory for me, please? If it doesn't exist. Thank you very much. And then So it returns a boolean to say if it doesn't exist and it's made, it will return true. If it already exists, it just returns false. But yeah, we don't need to take advantage of that, so we're just going to carry on. So then we get our path here, very nice. We then do an f open, right? Now, this is why... Oh no, on Windows we compile without that CRT thing, so it's fine. File. So path, and then we want to do, write, probably binary, because text mode is always silly on Windows, so let's just do write binary anyway. Because if we was writing our own system anyway, we don't want to use that text mode processing. We just want to write raw out to a file. So if file equal null, we just continue. And just, we just don't set up the log file. Yeah, where's the logging system for that, eh? Anyway. Okay. So the next thing you do is actually just set up the logging thing. So you get your tag file thing. So file tag file equal the address of g tag gcore log dot tag files, and we use tag. So where it says index, we'll just call it tag. Like that, okay? Cool. So now you got this tag file, and you say tag file equal file. And now that's initialized. So now we can actually start using that and logging that out, which would be super cool. So we need to obviously have the level in here, log level. So by default, the log level, so we could just initialize it with a log level. No, maybe it gets set later. It's really not a big deal. So by default, it's probably initialized to fatal. Not fatal. By default, we should initialize it to fatal. It's going to trace everything by default. Probably not a good idea. So G, what is the level? What's the level on noise? So all we're going to do is we say if it's not enabled, then we bail. And then, yeah, so I guess we can set these things up, right? So these things should only really be, this should only be set by like some, it's not a big deal if this thing gets a data erase. Probably. So is this log enabled? So it's enabled if it is greater than or equal to the current level. Yep. So now it's just a simple case of actually logging. So we're probably just gonna, so we get the tag file like this. And if the tag file is equal to null, we do nothing, right? So if we fail to initialize that for some reason, we'll just do nothing. And now we can actually log. So I think that's really great about like the file API is it already has printf, but you've already got the format args here, so you have to use vfprintf, right? So you say tag file, then I think you have to pass in the format, followed by the VA args. Now to get the VA args, we have to do something like this that we did before. So it'll be something like that. So we have to turn it into a VA list and then give it to it like that. So I think this should be our logging system. We just have to make sure we turn everything into actually using it now. So I think that'd be pretty interesting to try out, and hopefully we get this all wired in, which would be a bit of fun. Yeah, because then we can actually just commit this up. Cool. Right, I'm just going to take a quick 5-minute break, or maybe 2 minutes to be fair. Just going to fill up another glass of this, you know, and then we'll test this out. Yeah. Right, so I'll be back in a couple minutes. Enjoy the tunes. Right, welcome back everyone. So there's something to take note about this log system. There's two things. Here, we are going to destroy the files every time we boot up. So there's something to take note. Maybe you don't want to destroy the files, but in our case, I don't think it's a problem. You might want to append, right? So there's something like that. But also what we didn't do is have a way to flush everything. So when the game crashes, you know, we have a segfault handler, which is really cool. So anytime we crash, it calls the segfault handler, and it does a nice stack trace, right? I'm sure if you guys have seen it, have been following along, what you know is we have a really nice stack trace that gets printed out if we abort, if we assert, or if we segfault. So that's really cool. So basically inside that system, we also want to flush the logs because file, the default C API is buffered. What does that mean? So there's many buffers there's many layers when you write to a file. So basically, you've got user space. So this is your application. This is the kernel. And there's probably even another one, right? This is just from what I've heard. Could be wrong, but maybe there's one on the device or in the device, in the kernel for the device. So basically, you call fwrite. What does fwrite do? Well, it's gonna write to a buffer in your application, right? Then if you write like a new line sometimes, or well, not really a new line, but if you fill up that buffer, I forgot what the buffer size is, you can control it. Yeah, sorry, the new line is for printf if you print standard out, but for files there's a size, I think, or something like this. When you fill up this buffer, fwrite will be like, oh, we can flush this, and it will it will call the write system call and then write it to the kernel. What does that do? Well, it doesn't write it to the disk. It writes it in kernel space somewhere. And then when the kernel's buffer fills up or whatever, it will then eventually write it to pass it to maybe some other layer. It maybe there's another layer, and then maybe eventually it gets down to disk, right? So there's lots of layers involved. This layer may or may not exist, just speculation. But yeah, tons of layers before it even gets down to the actual disk. Because they probably this layer probably exists because I think they want to organize the writes to certain locations and optimize writing to disk and all this stuff. So flushing is very, So you can kind of, for more optimized, if you already have it in a big buffer in memory, you just want to flush the whole thing to disk. You're better off not using like the C API and just calling the kernel API directly. But this actually just works well with our system that we're doing right now. So we want the ability to flush tag and flush all. So we want to have the ability to say tag flush, log tag flush. So flushes that file, and also can we just flush everything? So maybe we call it flush tag, and then also just flush all. Do you want to call it flush all? Something like that. Cool. So I think I'm going to add these guys in. Very easy functions, doesn't complicate our API much. I remember when we said earlier, it was like, we saw an implementation, it was like, we really want it to be at least, 400 or less. Well, we've taken a look at the implementation right now. Like, a page of code is like 40. So it's like, it's barely even 100 lines, barely even 50 lines maybe. So under 100 lines. So that's cool. So if you flush in a single tag, you're basically doing this, right? I think there's an F flush. Oh wait, where's that boolean? We don't really care. So then we want to do tag file F flush, and that'll flush it out. So we could also have like colors and stuff, but I think colors, maybe. We'll just keep it dull for now without any colors, but we could do like a colored output. And we haven't really done like a log level either. Like we haven't written this out with it or anything like a time. Some people put time out as well, What is the proper Unix API to call instead of the C API? So you got open. So basically everything is a file in Linux, right? You've got open, read, Yeah, they've taken these names and right. So these are syscalls, and you just use these. Um, when as you saw with us today, in the OS layer, when we dealt with the gamepad stuff, we was reading from a file, which like the way the kernel communicates between kernel space and user space is they use the file API, but it technically writes it out to memory, transitions it between from user memory to kernel memory, right? So it's essentially like a kind of like a function pointer in a sense. They have it's an interface, right? Yeah. So when you call this read system call, it'll go through for your descriptor that you have open, your file descriptor. This gives you a file descriptor here. For your file descriptor, it will it checks to see what interface it's using, and then it will go and use that in the kernel mode. So it might just copy it from your application memory to kernel memory. Well, it probably does that for all things, but yeah. So there's a different implementation for each device, basically. I know about those, but I thought there were others. Oh, yeah, no, there is others. I think there's IO U-ring or whatever it's called. I don't know. IO U-ring. There's this guy, which is meant to be like an even faster API. But when I look at this, it's like some callback thing, and I don't understand it. So yeah, apparently it's faster though. But yeah, that's the other way of doing it. So flush all. So flush all is just a for loop. Doesn't get better than that. I find funny how you always try Google. Now you can just type in your search bar. Yeah, but I don't like it. I like the whole point of reason why I like Google is I like this. I like the suggestions. I don't get them up here. I get tons of other history stuff. Okay, so we are missing prefix. We're also missing a suffix as well. So basically we want to do like an printf for new line, right? Crazy. Whole new line going in there. So but yeah, just probably mem copy it to a buffer somewhere, right? And but this one, you kind of want to stick the log level out here, right? So we'll just do this for now. Some people like to stick time in here as well. Yeah, so we do our tag level names, log. Where's my things? Level strings. There we go. So we'll do that. Put a nice space there as well. So people like to put timeout. We was looking at RX size 1, things. Was looking at RX size thing. I think he uses wait, he does this sort of format, right? Finally. That's why GitHub is just so bad. Yeah, so we could do like a time. File online. That's a good one. That's a really good one. File online. Because then you can tell exactly where the log came from. It's It's one of the worst things. Like trying to find where the log originated from, what line of code. So that is, we're doing that. So we want to have like file line, const char star file, int line. So this would be 1, 2, 2. So you want to just basically do comma, file, line. So that'd be a big help. So you would say, so you probably, yes, you say debug and then you put the file out after. And the reason why you do that is because then these don't get, these are aligned, right? So that's pretty good. So, you know, the time is decent. Should we see how like the time is done in RxI's thing? Because it might be an easy C way to do it that I don't really know about because I don't really log time out much. So that'd be pretty nice, wouldn't it? Put a space there, by the way. And you should probably put like a nice little pipe. But then again, the pipe is it's not aligned, which is fine. Yeah, vertical paste. It's like another reason to align stuff. It's beautiful. So let's see how the time is done. You know, there might be a really elegant way of doing it, but that's cross-platform that we can use in just the C standard library. But I don't know. So yeah, it just uses time, then local time. Wait a minute. Is it get time of day or something like that? Str.f time. Give me the str.f time. So yeah, there is color output as well. Should we do color output? Well, it's always going out to a file, but then it is read back through a program probably. But yeah, maybe we'll just do something like this, right? So we want EV time. So for a file, so for a standard out callback, it's like this, but for file, it's like it's doing the actual date as well, which is interesting. I don't know. I don't know if I care about date. Do I care about date? Probably. But then it gets quite big, you know? Because when you start putting like date and time in there, it does get quite big. We could have a play with it. You know what, let's do about date and time for a minute. Now, probably just time. Yeah, let's just do it with time. We'll try out with just time. Time buffer, time buffer, time buffer. I didn't realize there's a str.f time. So you get like you basically do get time. And then local time of time. Which, I don't know. So it's time.h. So what does local time do? Gives you a TM, strut TM. Cool. So, should we take this thing for a bit of a spin? You know, we've got to be careful though. That should be fine. So let's open up the main file, and then wait a minute. Where's our crash handler? In the OS, right? We've got this like OS Linux. There's like a segfault handler, and we print out stack trace, right? But then if you go into source OS Windows, we also print out the stack trace. So what's interesting is we like, it says print this out to a log file. But anyway, it's copied and pasted code. But when we did this, we didn't really have like a shared source OS common thing, right? What we had so then what we want to have is probably in the internals, a bit like with this event API. Is we probably want to have this here. So you probably want to call it like, is this only for segfaults? You probably want to say like OS, or we could just do a full declaration of like game exit. That'll be good. Or game. Yes, maybe game exit for like. Then there should probably be a game exit, but you probably want to be like a abort handler or something. Crash handler. So we'll have this in the game or something. Source main. So we've got an handler already. Let's do a crash handler. So the crash handler, its job is going to be core log flush all, and then it's going to take this stuff here. It's going to get a stack trace string, and then it's going to a stack trace string, and then we do a core log, probably fatal, and the tag, got any tag? This is stack trace, and simply well, thank you, Prestigious. Thank you so much. Welcome to the club. Appreciate the support there. So got the stack trace. So here we'll just be saying core log tag stack trace. Gets a little long, but it's fine. So we go, oh, stack trace detected, please report this to the, oh, this is copy paste from a previous project, but to do error, to do reporting info. Um, so then we put the stack trace in there. Bam, it gets fired out. Awesome. So then we do flush all. Flushes every log to the, and then it will just. So there's a nice little crash handler. So we probably want like 3 to go 3 up. We'll see. So we've got our crash handler. So in the OS Linux, now we just call the crash handler, right? How amazing is that? Oh, then we just call abort. Yes. Whereas on Windows, oh, then show a message box. Interesting. Yeah, then we probably want to show a message box. Core message box. Wait, OS message box. We could just say like, program crashed. Or game has crashed. Please check the file, something like that. So that will be, let's just call it the stack trace file, just as an example. So we'll just see if that works. Maybe that'll be annoying. We can always delete it, but in release builds, you probably want this here to be more descriptive, right? On how to help the user out. But yeah, that'd be really cool. So now that logic is kind of like reused across the OS stuff, right? So use the OS specific thing to know when the seg file has happened, but then handle that properly. But thinking about it, there's also in core, there's abort. So abort just aborts, but really needs to call the crash handler. Crap. What does this crash handler really need to be? It should probably be in core H. What is this thing? Oh, there's no G log. Right, get that. Cool. Oh, not extern, please. Okay, so that's all compiling now. So now we can test this thing out. I do want to run... Wait, did we test running the game? Right, so it's logging the crap out. This is shader printing here, which is a pretty cool feature, but it's just getting in the way. So what I want to do is disable that for a minute. And we're going to print when we start up the game. Oh, this would be good. Should we just print out all this stuff? That'd be a big file, Yeah, maybe as well you don't want to enable all of it, because it just starts printing out so much. Use any library for input. Merging, no, we've just literally finished up doing it all from the operating system directly. So using evdev on Linux, udev to find the USB devices, connecting it all up. But yeah, if you're interested in, we have got all the past videos on YouTube, so you can watch those back while you're doing other things. It was a lot of research and development while I was doing it though, but it is all there. So let's just try a test, right? Core log debug. So what's the tag we're going to use? No worries, Merchant. Appreciate it. We are doing the Windows port next though, so we're just doing a quick logging thing because we had some time to kill. So I just did this quick logging. But yeah. Well, we are going to be porting this OS interface to Windows. If you want to get a good idea of like how the thing looks, I recommend watching back today's stream because you get to see it at the finish. But you can also see me going through the journey as well. But yeah. So what are we testing out here? Let's just test out like this is a log, right? Oh yeah, we've got an oh, this is so good. Right, so error checking. So we'll put in OS input. Right, just put it there. So if I run the game now, what happened? Wait, we didn't initialize the logging system. So it can be the first thing that initializes. It doesn't require any allocations whatsoever. No allocations. Call that. Give it a run. Right, so I logged something. It didn't print out standard out. So that's another thing as well. It's like, should we mirror it standard out or is this a bad idea? Like, so we've got a log thing now, right? It made all these files, nice. And we printed out to input, wasn't it? Oh, did we not write the code? Right, we didn't write the flushing code. So when you exit, so we should also handle interrupts as well, I think. Is there a quit or a close requested? Exit, okay. So we should really be calling like, so when you exit the game, so there should also be a game exit. And you can call it from anywhere. Game exit handler or something like that. So this will always get called. Sure love SD cards. Oh, Egotist, thank you so much for this. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. You know, we'll just call it exit. But yeah. Thank you, thank you. So I think we'll pass in a code, exit code. So the code is going to be 0 in this case for success, but game exit int code. So obviously it calls exit. But before you do that, what we really want to do is flush those logs. Yes. And then we want to call exit. And the code is going to be a 0. Wait, 1. So anywhere we call this, which is in the OS internal files, anytime we call abort, no. So we call abort in there, isn't it? And that's kind of not good because it's done in the crash handler now. And then this should be in core. There's a few exits or aborts. Crash handler, and voila. So that should use that new system. Oh, crash handler needs to be no return. Cool. So obviously this would maybe want to save the game here, right? So stuff like that you might want to do. Or save a copy where it's like you crashed, you know, don't overwrite their save, but save another save. Right, so Now let's close it. How does it look? Do we get anything in there? Still nothing. Why oh why do I see nothing in these files? So we did close it with the exit, so I should have flushed it. Oh, it's the log level, isn't it? Remember? So when we initialize the game, let's just set it to debug. Log level set, core log level debug. So at least we know that system works, right? That's pretty good. So if I just quit like this, does it work? Right, so what about a sig int? Was that a sig int? Oh, wait, is that a sig int? Like an interrupt, I think that's a sig int. Yeah, Control C sends us interrupt SIGINT. Right, so in Linux, we should really just treat a SIGINT as a segfault or something. Wait, the 15-minute only for Flash utility and it failed at last step. Oh. Yeah. Is the SD card okay? So in our OS Linux side of things, I think what we want to do is find that log when we do that segfault and maybe subscribe the SIGINT to there. I'm not sure if this is a good idea, but this means if we control C it from the terminal, it logs everything out, right? Because that will then call our segfault handler. It's not really segfault anymore. And then it'll do a crash thing. Ta-da! And then exits. So let's try it. Game crashed. Please check the stack trace file. And then, so I did call it, right? You saw it. Here's the log. This is a log. Debug, blah, blah, blah. This is a log. Check the stack trace file. Fatal at this thing. Stack trace detected. Please report the error. Insert missing reporting information. Here's the stack trace. This is a ton of crap. Crash handler. Linux. Segfault handler. I think that's fine. But yeah, it's cool. Stack traces for the win. So this is brilliant. So we've got a nice little logging file, and you know, I'm not sure how long we took to this, but it was like an hour or so. Obviously we've got to make, like, it might be beneficial to print some stuff to standard out, like as a developer, but then again, we should probably get set up as in a system where we can view changes to this file. So what might that look like? So I forgot what it is, but is there like a, can we use less? No, maybe not less. We want to like a, I'm not, is anyone aware of like a program that allows you to keep a file open and it just waits for the updates and you can just view the updates live? Tail-F, it's tail, is it? Yes. So we just use tail, right? Yeah, I think I remember using that before now. Thank you. So I think I remember, so we just say like, when we're developing, we just say, wait a minute. So if we're developing, we just open up a new terminal and just say tail debug, wait a minute, build log. So for instance, OS input. We do a -f, which I think means, right, so we'll look into that actually. Man tail Dash F means follow, output appended data as the file grows. Amazing. So we can just do that. And then what we can do is let's do a bit of a test. So rather than having it print out to standard out and we're running it in some terminal, instead we can just launch the game. Don't care what it's launched in. And so let's instead, I think we've got like a frame index somewhere. No. But let's you know what, let's wire up one of these guys to do it. So let's say the raw mouse moved. Okay, so we'll just do that. Put a comma on it. Press F5. Now we see this thing is still open here. The log is still open. We give it a run. Now I'm going to switch over to here. So file is being truncated. Okay, that's fine. So we now move the mouse. And what you're seeing now is the raw input being, it's been put out into the terminal. It's a little bit laggy, not going to lie. But it's picking up on file watches and then it's probably just reading it. There's extra lines in here though, which is not good. But let's close that. If there's a SIG in, we should probably not crash. We should probably exit and not do a stack trace. But yeah, we'll think about that. So we look at the log now. It's got an extra new line in there. And the reason why is because we put a new line at the end of the string, right? You could theoretically just look at the end of the format string, but you kind of, yeah, it's not good. So again, let's just watch that. So yeah, it'd be nice, we can just run that. Tell us it's truncated. You can just see all the updates of that. So I think this will be the method we'll roll. So we can have different log files just open, and we can just switch to them and see what they're like. So I think this is a good route. We could have colors, but yeah. Right, so I think that's decent. So we can do another. I really wasn't thinking we could do another commit today, but we can. So we're going to commit this. Really, we've got to convert. Yeah, so really we have to convert the whole. Wait a minute. Let's go to OS Linux. So when it does a SIG in, I think we should handle this better. Right, so if signum equal SIGINT, we'll just do an exit instead, because it's not really a crash. So let's try that again quick. So run the game. So we do this here, it just closes, do with Control C, no biggie. Cool. Right, so let's just commit all this. Let's do a status. So we've basically just added a logger. All right, add logging system. So when we do the Windows stuff next stream for the input, we can just implement this Windows side, and maybe we'll get it to go. Wait a minute. It should all be there for the most part. But yeah, we can get this up and running first and do the input in stubs, like stub code for the input, and just get the game running again. And then we can start doing things. But yeah, we can improve this as we go. It's not in a complete finished state by any means, this logging. Well, no, in quite a good state. There's a few little corners we just need to iron out, but it's quite good. Okay, so it's only like 200 lines that we inserted. Nice. Right, so I just want to go into bash. I want to do that eval thing again. Add my key, super secret password. So technically this belongs to the day 22, but so I think the tag's going to be wrong, but it's fine. Right. So for those of you who have access to the code, I've now pushed up the whole input code for the whole input code and the login code. So if you're going to get access to that, you can go and pull that down. We also implement custom GUI and editor. Yeah, so I plan using my own custom tools. So we are doing, after we've done the input code for Windows, we're going to be doing a custom UI. So I recently just read through Next's UI thing. I'm not going to do, I don't think I'm going to do retain mode. I looked at it. It's an interesting take. I like how simple it is compared to other retain mode UIs I've used, but I still just think immediate mode is better. Thank you so much for the sub there, Fabulous Flow. Thank you so much. Yeah, I think he's got a good take on it. I do like the simple approach and how he breaks it down. It's cool. But yeah, feel free to get access to the code there. You two have just subs. Thank you so much. But yeah, I still think immediate mode is the way to go for programmers. As a programmer, I would like to have the best experience. And I think we can avoid a lot of the problems that people will say about immediate mode APIs. But yeah, when we get there, I'll go into some more detail. But yeah, that'll be a good thing to get going. So after we've done input, we're doing immediate mode. Then after immediate mode UI, a custom one for the game, very simple. As you've seen with like the system we've just done with the logging system, we like to keep things simple. And also just like it's going to be designed specifically for the game, right? And then after that, we're going to do hot code reloading. And then I think that's basically it. Like we've got all the engine stuff we need. We've got the graphics API, right? We've made a custom GPU API. And then we'll be able to do some 3D R&D. So that'd be really cool. Right, so as a warning, there is a baby that should be arriving anytime soon. So as soon as the baby comes, I'll be taking like a week off streaming. So if I don't come in one day, it's either because I've had to miss it because we've had to do a hospital thing, or the baby has come and I'll be taking like 3 streams off for a whole week. How's a baby formed? Science. Yeah, I think that SD card was dead. Get another one. Yeah, this is one of the problems about the SD cards I ever find is they do have very limited rights, you know. Yeah, I think they're all right. I've just had a really bad experience with Raspberry Pis, you know. But yeah, let's find someone to raid. So yeah, I usually stream Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Sundays. Tuesdays and Thursdays, 6:30 p.m. Sundays a little bit earlier. But am I streaming while being pregnant? It must be hard for you to carry all that weight. Yeah. Thank you. As you can tell, he's a very small one. You know. So any C guys out here? Does anyone that see the way? There's a Nez. Oh, here we go. This is it. Assembly and go, I guess. Yeah, assembly all the way. Do you even assembly, bruh? Right. Have a great start to your week, everyone. You know, enjoy the start to your work week. I'll see you all in a future one. Yeah, join the Discord, join the Twitter, join there's VODs, right? Check out the VODs, check out the YouTube, do all that stuff. I should time the Destiny may already be out, that's true. Right, good night everyone, in a bit. Bye.